Admiral's log, Stardate, 12-123-0-20-11.1. Starship Enterprise log, USS Enterprise B, NCC 1701B. So, for some of you guys out there wondering what's going on, I have an update for you all. So someone emailed me like, yeah, when are we getting our checks? I need my check on my disability and I need it really right away. I'm so disabled, poor. So I turned around. I'll edit this when I'm done. So, I got the star date right. So 11.1. So anyway, so all these people are asking about stimulus updates, and so I have an update for you as well as general chat. I'll get the stimulus update out of the way. So apparently, people contacted me this morning stating that we have till the 15th of the month. Some people that are on SSI are getting different. I'm on early because I'm not feeling too well, Grandma. We have a windstorm right now, so I don't want to take a bath due to the fact that when the power goes out, it usually causes a lot of havoc for the battery-powered CO2 detectors because the carbon monoxide detectors take care of things, So anyway, stimulus checks on Direct Express. Some people are messaging saying they got their money already. Others have not. The ones that have not are the ones messaging going, yeah, well, we're on VA. When do we get our payments? Oh, we're on railroad. When do we get our fucking payments? And others are like, oh, well, when are we getting our damn payments? And you got the freeloading bums on SSI going, when are we getting our payments? I need the money, and so everyone's getting it at different times. I know some people are getting it soon, some people aren't. Some people are saying to me, emailing me saying they're pending. And I don't mean all SSI people are freeloaders. I'm saying in general, everyone is putting the burden on me. And by the way, just so you guys know, my stomach ain't doing too bad today. It might be 50-50 with a kind of crankiness in it with some gas, I think, but finished up that whiskey that was terrible last night, and I had some cheese crackers. So this morning I had a couple solid logs. So I'm doing better with my hydration. I need to have more fiber in my diet. But when it comes to SSI, all I can say is between now and the 15th. Of course, like I said, I'm not feeling too well today, so I'm taking it easy. I've been having some computer trouble, some real bad computer trouble this morning on my desktop. I was fucking literally almost ready to throw myself out a window. I've rebalanced myself out a bit, I think, with some more medication. I haven't seen mine yet, but there's people out there. Good morning, Pee Wee. There's people out there messaging me basically going, I can get mine on the fort. Fuck you all. I got an email this morning from someone, I won't say who's on SSI, who's got Direct Express, who said they're getting theirs on the 4th. Yeah, well, I got the living room almost cleaned up and the hallway's almost done, so I got to find a place to put it. That's the real problem. I can't just take this one and move this one to the room and move it around, so I'm just taking my time. Literally, I need to get this place finished. I got most of the dishes. The new one in the room looks really. I'm still curious. My cousin said they upgraded it. I think, or some better one than what I requested, but still, I don't know. All I know is I went camping with Chloe. She went to bed recently. I can't believe daytime. She took my old sleeping schedule. I was just thinking about that today. But we have a windstorm. It's severe with gale force winds and 75-mile-per-hour winds in the area. So, and I've been watching the rain just pummel the window all day. And so I've been holed up here, but I've not been feeling well either. Last night, like I said, I had I finally told her to go find some goldfish crackers, and she admitted she ate all my Pringles. Thank God for that. But the cheese Pringles she can't eat. She's lactose intolerant. So I got like cases of that still. So, anyways, I keep getting more of these, and they're saying, well, need a bug bomb. But this isn't about Chloe or myself today. This is about the stimulus checks. We need to talk about that. So, everyone wants their $600, and everyone wants it now. Unfortunately, we have to wait. People on SSI are messaging me saying that they're getting theirs between now and the 4th. Tomorrow's the 31st. Payday's tonight. So I've talked to friends. He's talked to friends. He's talked to connections. Let's say the Treasury Department will hammer it out when and if they can. In the meantime, it's just wait and see. For all we know, they could extend it all the way 30 days. So some people on SSI might get their checks tomorrow, whereas other people on SSI might have to wait 6 weeks just because, it depends on. I have a feeling it's based on numbers. Basically, the lower the Social Security number, the more likely your benefits will be there faster. I mean, look at the Social Security checks or the stimulus checks in the mail. Some of them are coming in June, July, and August. Well, like I said, Pee-wee, I've had a lot better today. I ate some fiber, so I actually had some logs. So I've had some actual logs. Made me feel better, but my stomach's not doing too well again. I think it had to do between the coffee. See, I'm going to tell you, I don't sugarcoat anything. So last night I'd finished up the whiskey with 2 cans of cherry soda. This morning I had a pot of coffee. Well, nearly a 4-cupper. Stomach's been turning. So I think between cheese crackers, that's all I had besides a little piece of cheese last night. And the soda and the booze, I think my stomach is trying to recover from my stupidity. So, honestly, once that clears out, it should be fine. So, but yeah, people are sitting there messaging me saying that their checks are due in between tonight and the 4th of January. But I don't have anything pending except my payments tonight, which anyone who's on SSI or SSDI or retirement of survivors, I'm on SS survivors and disability insurance, so my pending is tonight. There's nothing pending on the 600. So that's something I wanted to share with you all. So, and I wanted to say I did some research for you all on the $2,000. So I understand exactly what's going on. Remember yesterday I was telling Pee Wee I have no clue what the hell's going on. Well, I can explain the $2,000 in detail. So, Donald Trump turned around, right? And we all know Moscow Mitch is in bed with China. He's got a Chinese wife, jokingly, of course. We're just going to leave it at that. So, basically, what happened is Donald Trump demanded 3 things in the bill. 1, $2,000, flat across the board, $2,000. But he asked to repeal Section 230 for big tech companies. And I'm still trying to figure out what Section 230 actually does. It has to do with maybe controlling the world through the internet. That's what I'm thinking, big tech, freedom of speech or something. I don't know. And then the third thing he wanted, besides big tech, was to investigate voters fraud, right? Literally investigate the voter fraud in the country, which happened, right? So what happened? Well, I'll tell you what happened. As Pee Wee and I both know, and all of you, Moscow Grinch put in the bill $2,000 a month addressing all Donald Trump's requests, investigating to dissolve Section 230 and investigating voter fraud. But here's the kicker. To give $2,000 a month to the people, Donald Trump basically would be taking, and the Republican Party, let's just say the entire Republican Party, okay? I'm not going to basically have the government knock on my door for freedom of speech, so I'm going to do it this way. The media states that they're all going to be taking a quote-unquote a poison pill if they pass this legislation. On the other side, I think Donald Trump states that if the GOP does not pass $2,000, the GOP members might end up, quote unquote, from the news articles, passed away, dead. So you got the president making threats there. You got Mitch McConnell slapping everyone in the face by giving this poison pill by stating, here you go. I don't like licorice. YouTube censoring and fact checking sucks. Oh, yeah, exactly. I'll say that too. Literally. I mean, that's the way it is. How about YouTube fact check this? This is a Dutch dwarf. Dutch dwarfs like carrots. How about you fact check that, YouTube? Dutch dwarfs like carrots. No, Aunt Pee Wee's going to say, what a beautiful little baby with his little tail. Yeah, well, the Dems aren't going to pass it. That's the thing. Remember you asked me last night? They're not going to pass it. They're not passing it because they don't want to do. Let me put it this way, Sister Pee Wee. I'm going to ask you and Grandma a question here. A logical, straight up across the question. Do you think the Dems give two shits about $2,000 on 1/5 when it would basically entail voter fraud investigation? Come on, sis. You're smarter than me, I think, in some ways. I would think you would think that they would think that you would think that Grandma would think that I would think that everyone would think that it's basically a giant crapshoot. I mean, look, they do voter fraud. Where the fuck did she put my paper towels this time? Starting to wonder about that freaking troll. I clean and clean and clean, and she keeps taking my paper towels. Never mind, I ain't gonna complain about her today. Doesn't pay to complain. Oh, great. She made something last night and didn't tell me? Oh, well. More dishes for me. I won't complain about that either. I'll just do them. Biting the bullet. At least I, as president, would basically pass this bill. Continue. Let's see. If the Senate loses the votes on 1/5, then the oh, yeah. Exactly. I agree with what you're saying now. Please forgive me, Pee Wee. I didn't read it carefully. I didn't read it carefully again. I need to read my comment. Yeah, well, that's the thing. They don't want. Look, here's the thing, Grandma. Grandma Ginger, Pee Wee. If you look up the 230 and the two poison pills that they put in the bill that Moscow Grinch put, one is it basically it dissolves 230, whatever it does for the Democrats must be important. Two is it dissolves what else does it dissolve? Something else. Anyways, I got up this morning. I'm hoping everything's gravy, Great. Doesn't this damn thing, doesn't Google understand the thing trash? How long is it going to sit in there? So tomorrow I'm going to be taking a walk out of town. So I'm hoping to be fresh as a daisy when I go take a walk. What is this 230 thing, Pee Wee? What is this? We know the whole voters thing. I mean, literally, Mitch McConnell stuck it under their nose. But how do we know Mitch McConnell ain't part of voter fraud? I mean, I don't have any fact checkers to back me up, sis, but I'm just asking. I mean, how do we know Mitch McConnell ain't in bed, basically, just to get rid of Donald Trump? I mean, literally, does anyone actually know what's going on? I mean, look, we got 21 days, 3 weeks to the elections. The inauguration, right? Well, I'm glad you told me because I don't want to be an ass. If I'm gonna look like an ass, Then at least my big sister Pee Wee's gonna look like an ass with me because I didn't read it either. I didn't really care. All I know, it's something big. Well, let's look it up real quick just because we can. What is Section 230? Come on, I want to know what it is. I don't give two shits about the new. All right. Well, what is this? All right, so it says here, Section 230 has been criticized as a means for social media companies to censor speech on their platforms. Trump, who had several posts flagged or removed from Twitter, has called for legislation repeal on several occasions. He said repealing Section 230 would promote free speech. I found this website that's like fact checking. So let's see. Executive order preventing online censor issued was stated Section 2 is not intended to allow a handful of companies to grow into titans. Behemoth blanket promote open forums for debate and then provide those behemoths blanket for immunity when they use their powers to censor content and silence viewpoints they don't like. All right. So remember, reported Twitter never replaced. Okay, Adam Schiff. It's officer. Yeah, I don't like Adam Schiff. Okay. Center of Democracy and Technology, CDT. September, Marshall Blackburn, whatever. All right, can we? Not a reveal, revisit, whatever. Can we just figure out what the hell the is? Okay, the facts. 230 is the Communication Decency Act, all right, by Chris Koch of California and Ron Wyden of Oregon to allow internet companies to regulate themselves, limiting government control of what is now the massive industry of internet service providers. According to the council, all right, not to liable for what companies such as Twitter and Facebook cannot be treated as publishers, meaning they serve as hosts and are not liable for what people post on their platforms, can act as moderators in good faith. Some politicians feel the ability for platforms to be their own moderators allows social companies to censor speech. Okay. Here with the Atlantic, all right, President will address the dangers of misinformation. Bottom line is social media companies can't be sued for content posted on their platforms can be removed. Twitter has the right to flag or take down posts and encourage violence, promote terrorism, involve child sexual exploitation, or include any other litany of safety concerns. Senate Commerce Section EC well, Section 230 could potentially be held liable for everything people say or do. So, Zuckerberg went on to say that Congress should update the law to ensure it's working as intended. Otherwise, Zuckerberg would shut Facebook down. Okay, Think that if you eliminate Section 230, you're going to see all the platforms from the largest to the smallest news sites too much be restrictive in the terms of user content that allows to be posted on their site because they're suddenly going to face a substantial amount of liability for every one of those comments. All right, hold on. So make no law respecting impressive freedom. Yeah, okay. The ruling false. Appealing Section 230 would not promote greater free speech because social media companies on their internet platforms will restrict the content site to avoid liability and associate overwhelming legal fees and start charging everyone for it. Further clear present danger rule, imminent lawless action, social media, yada yada yada. Oh, whatever it is, a bunch of bullshit with the mainstream media. Always got to paint something, as me and Sister P we would say. Paint it in a crappy light, you know. Morning, Higgins. I don't know what rabbits do. Yeah, well, I'm not going to go dig it up. I'm going to have a dip. Let's see what we got here. I did try to read it free, BB. Rabbit thumps their bottom when they're upset? Not really. I don't know. My rabbit doesn't. My rabbit usually, if he's mad, he'll basically snap at me. Yeah, well, at least you and I are on the same page, Sister Pee Wee, because frankly, I don't give two shits unless it's, you know. Yeah, it's more intense combat. Just jumping on, what do we get on here? Is Mitch McConnell still playing? Mitch McConnell, Bulldogs playing his games, basically. He basically embedded three things to get $2,000. One is repealing Section 230, which the Democrats won't give. So that's a poison bill they won't vote on. And he didn't bring up the bill for a vote for $2,000. Two is $2,000 per person. And three is a investigation into voter fraud. Since the Dems aren't going to budge there, that poison pill is everyone gets $600. Congratulations, Bull on Merry Christmas and a happy late New Year. So you're afraid of saying anything about it like Facebook, Twitter, afraid they will ban or close their account. Morning, Higgins. You guys got me up early, you know me? Trying to heal, man, from last night. At least I had some solid logs. I was thinking of making some lunch today, maybe after making my bed up. I've not been in a good mood. You guys need to know I've been, hold on a sec. No, I moved it over there. Wind's pretty bad. It's raining and sun right now. Here we go. So I've been working on a book right now called Proverbs on the Bible. Dad got me this New Testament that has Proverbs, Songs, and Psalms. He asked me why I won't read Psalms, and I said, dude, Psalms is over like 150 chapters. I'm not spending a month just alone on Psalms. I mean, I can hammer out a lot of Psalms, but, you know, I'm looking for guidance. I'm not looking for anything else, you know. And the old man's like, well, you know, Psalms is great. Really, then you read Psalms, dude. I'll keep reading you different versions of Proverbs till I'm tired of it. I mean, literally, if anyone read Proverbs, no offense to anyone here talking about stimulus checks, have you seen where the Ten Commandments says, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not commit adultery, thou shalt not murder, you know, etc. Yet in Proverbs so far, thou shalt not murder and thou shalt not commit adultery. I mean, that's the only thing I came up with so far. Don't basically rob people and murder them and it's, you know, all this and be hoodlums. You know, that's the only other thing I can tell you, you know. So, morning, Ray. Good morning, Higgins. Soup really easy on the stomach, chicken noodle. I don't have chicken noodle on thing. Yeah, well, did you? I don't get, you know. Look, the reason Higgins he put together the bill is to screw over the people. Didn't you hear me? He took the bill. He took the bill. He put in one $2,000 stimulus checks. One right there on the top. Two, dissolving Section 230. And three, investigating voters fraud. You see, Donald Trump knows there's voter fraud, okay? Chloe and others think there isn't, but we won't go there, okay? So you got one party saying there's voter fraud, the other party said there isn't. The mainstream media says there isn't. The mainstream media says everyone voted Donald Trump out fairly. Donald Trump says there's election fraud, and yet Mitch McConnell's got his hand in the honey pot because he basically put it in the bill. Well, we'll dissolve 230 if anyone really wants to give $2,000 to the American people. But in doing so, they're saying, from what I'm reading, they're saying, without a doubt, that Facebook and Instagram might just go out of business because they don't want to deal with the liability. If they are protected and they're doing everything in good faith, that's one thing. But if they're in charge and they have to deal with liability, they'll shut down, take all their money, fire everyone. So that means every website out there that has the mainstream media is going to be screwed. And that's where they're trying to protect Section 230 with good faith. And eventually I'm going to have to eat my pies today. Yeah. I'm going to eat one now before I do anything. Yeah. Mm. Yeah, and more likely, they will. I mean, who becomes majority leader? Schumer. Mm. Chloe can't tell me I didn't eat my pie. Look, Mom, I'm eating my starch. You can. This will basically help me out, I think. More likely, Schumer's going to be the next majority leader. Everyone knows this. And look, those two idiots turned around, right? And they said they support $2,000. You know, trying to bribe that. Everyone knows by the time Georgia goes up for a vote, not bad little mini pie. Not much to it, though. Yeah, exactly. Everything depends on on Georgia. But let's talk about that. Problem is, Georgia was promised $2,000 by the Republicans. The Democrats, the Republicans said, "Oh, we're going to get you $2,000. Vote red, right?" But so far, what have they done? 600. They're trying to do the old smoke screens. You'll get this, you know. Meanwhile, Costco Drink says, "Look, Georgians can have $2,000, but it's all up to the Democrats if you want to get rid of Section 230." You know. Yeah, well, Mitch is in bed with China literally because he's basically got a Chinese wife. They have till the 15th of the month. That's the problem, Pee-wee. Exactly. The 15th of the month is when everyone should have their checks, but it could be delayed for whatever reason. My intel is saying that we got to check daily, okay? My intel says check daily. Check your card's volume at 10 o'clock every night. That'll give you a chance to tell you when it's due in, because otherwise, some people are getting SSI payments right now at 11 o'clock at night, 10 o'clock at night resets, as you know. So tonight I get paid. But in the meantime, everyone else is worried about their $600. Yeah, well, they said that the check payments, but no one knows. That's the thing. They're using this time to basically delay as many payments as possible. I mean, I've heard rumors from some places saying that we're not getting any money. Ours is going last. The government payment, Look, some people have let me put it to you this way. The first wave of people that got payments, the first wave, remember how many waves we were? We were 29 days the last time in April. So before people say, oh, watch YouTubers, yeah, it's clickbait for one. Two is, I don't bullshit here. Last night, Stephen Mnuchin said payments would go out. Some people are already saying Direct Express is giving payments already to people by the 4th. But some people I've heard might have to wait for a long time or might not get it either. They could handpick who's getting stimulus checks this time around too, secretly. No one knows. Has anyone read the entire stimulus section of that 5,593 page bill? I don't think so. Yeah. Some paper checks are going out. They're figuring they might be able to get 5 million paper checks out. Problem is check your mailbox too. They might just send you a paper check. I mean, literally, they can turn around and screw you with one way or the other. Screw you one way or another. We're gonna screw you by having Mitch McConnell screw you over. Do. Nah, I don't think so. Excuse me, everyone. Have you read the 5,593 page bill and figured out what section is which for stimulus checks? I don't think so. Even a 9-year-old wouldn't read it. I've been watching Home Alone too much. Yes, I've seen his wife. My father-in-law brought it up. Yeah, working class are the hurting people first. Look, I'm sorry to sound rude, Mark. Okay, I know Sassy said I kind of got spunky with him. And what was that word Sass used last night? I can't remember. Feisty. Anyway, sorry to say this as a moderator and a friend to you, Mark. But why is everyone fucking worried about $600? You'll get it when you get it. Every fucking person on Social Security disability insurance, retirement survivors, veterans, railroad, and SSI get a monthly check. Can't make your money last, and you're now worried about 600 measly dollars. I mean, come on. I'm worried about my bowel movements and diarrhea over 600 bucks. My $600 could end up paying the emergency room bill more likely, but no offense, I don't mean to upset anyone. I heard some people in government complaining that anyone whose income was not changed by the pandemic, those of us on SSN. Yeah, well, the point is $600 is a slap in the face. Let me see that thing again with Pee Wee. Heard some people in the government, sorry, Pee Wee, I'm confused with your thing about complaining. I complain all the time, you know, that says, whose income was not changed by the pandemic. Oh, okay. So you're saying, yeah, exactly. The government doesn't want to give us any money. They're basically, the reason for it is they basically have to. Fortunately, everyone else, you know. Look, I'm not worried. Never mind, Higgins. What I meant to say out of love is I understand your situation. You're not getting any monthly benefits, so you have a right to worry. I wasn't making a conversation or a uh, thing to upset you. I was basically stating that when and if Direct Express on people on SSI and stuff get it, they get it. But there's people out there that don't want anyone to have it. I've heard. So basically, you know, yes, I've heard that too. I haven't checked with my family. They disappeared. I think that they might have got their. No, my family never actually claimed it. That's the funny thing, you know. My cousin Dinky last night was talking about stimulus checks, right? Well, I finally spilled the beans. Not that it matters. Something to do with they haven't filed their taxes in the last couple of years. They're just too lazy to do it, or they file every 2 years anyways, for whatever reason. And so they didn't even get their stimulus, but they're kind of concerned about this 2 grand. And that's the thing is what I'm bringing up. A lot of people around that I've heard through just the grapevine have already got their stimulus checks, but other places haven't. And remember how many times, I'm sorry to say this, Bulldog Face, since we have a lot of people here this morning. Welcome everyone that's coming in. You got to also remember on the payment problem on Social Security. Oh, great. What do we got now? Show. Look, about the stimulus checks. People are getting it dropped into their bank account, but I was trying to talk about Direct Express. It took us over three and a half, almost 4 weeks. It took 3.5 weeks. It took 29 days. Remember, 4 weeks are 28. So 3.5 weeks plus before we even got a notification by phone. Where some people like Twinkleton's like, oh yeah, I got my check already. Look at me, I'm better than you. I got my check. Whereas everyone else had Direct Express, and we were waiting for our stimulus. And you know, and so you know, each person it depends on who gets what. You know, look, we know I'm not talking about when I'm getting my payment, Pee Wee, or when you're getting. We're talking about time waits. Remember, 29 days it took, and there was people that were 2 or 3 weeks already that already had their payments already before us. So they're saying they might extend this. It goes all the way to February to make sure everything goes. They're trying to process over 160 million payments this time around, and yet all they got to do is, you know, no one knows. I mean, everyone wants their money, and that's the thing. I mean, literally, me, I don't. What I want is a healthy bowels right now. Healthy bowels. I really don't care about other things. Nicaraguan. That's the newest coffee I'll be drinking when I'm feeling better. We were on the fourth wave, if I remember. Remember, because it took 29 days. I remember my deposit being April 29th was on the dot when they gave us our payments. It was 29 days from the day they passed the bill, sis, remember? And everyone was worried about it. No, there was not many people handling the SSI, SSDI part, remember? And then all these freaking Fruit Loops came about on YouTube, posting their crap too, remember? Oh, I'm Lolo, I worker that got $1,200. Oh, yeah, I got everyone on SSI. I mean, all these assholes started doing it. I was the only one. I was the one handling the SSDI and stuff, and then they swooped in and decided to use it as a cash cow. I'm gonna be grateful when these motherfuckers are out of work. What are they gonna do then? Stick pineapples up their ass because they have nothing better to do? Today we're gonna talk about sticking pineapples up my ass because I have nothing to talk about on stimulus anymore. But as long as they keep as long as the pandemic's going strong, they're gonna fucking milk the cash cow and make so many damn videos. Why do you think people complain about? Well, your videos 8 hours long, and then fast forward to some of it, dude. Run through it at speed, and instead of 8 hours, run it in 4 hours. If you don't want 4 hours, speed it up again. I mean, literally, you don't need to worry. How the hell are you going? Yes, I know. You're on. I know you got yours before me. That's what I'm saying. Mine came on 29 days on SS disability and SS and Social Security survivors. No, we're not suffering, Mark. If you're on SSI, SSDI, VA retirement, or those, the government thinks you're getting a monthly check, you're doing better than most people. Most people survive better, Mark. Sorry to say, I don't mean to insult you, but yeah, if you're not managing, I mean, if you're hurting because you got too many bills, then downsize them. I mean, literally, the government's gonna basically do what they're gonna do. Mm, mm. Hear that? Pouring like crazy. You got the sun out, pouring like crazy, and the hood vent. You can hear all the rain at times where the vent goes out for the smoke. So I was just talking to Hannah for a minute. Why the fuck is this? You know what? I never signed up for this. That's the fucking problem. How the fuck? Yeah, whatever. There you go. Why is your because 600? So your son's got a family of three others. Is that how it works, Pee Wee? So him and his wife get 1,200, and then two kids, so another 600. Okay, so 2,400. So I assume that's how it works with you, Bulldog, too. I agree with Pee Wee. I just want things to go back to normal. That's what really is making me miserable right now. Is I want things to go back to normal, and yet it isn't. I mean, look, we're all going through hell. Well, at least your son's getting what he needs, but 2,400 ain't much. At least it helps. Now that's where I say to you, Pee Wee, that's completely right on the books when it comes to it. Anyone who has children that has no job or struggling, yes. I mean, people like me on disability. How am I struggling? Literally, look at me. How am I struggling? They think you have Medicare, and sometimes you get Medicaid, and sometimes other things. How are we struggling? I mean, literally, the government thinks because you're getting a monthly check, you're not struggling. They're like, oh yeah, you might have Subsidized housing, subsidized electricity, subsidized internet, subsidized water, subsidized garbage, all that, and your rent's dirt cheap. So, well, we don't need to give them a stimulus. The reason they wanted to cut it down to zero is because everyone was getting payments, monthly payments, whereas other people weren't getting it. Yeah, well, you know what the government would say, Mark? Oh, I'm sorry, you're not doing it right. Look, my rent's 607, okay, and that's subsidized. Between Chloe and I, that's 303.50, all right? Maybe this will help my stomach. Essential workers. Well, okay, so your son's an essential worker. Essential workers should have money then. Should be more than that, but as I told my family, my cousin and I, and my cousin Dinky's been laid off, okay? But it seems they're doing better than I think. Look, T. Higgins, I don't have anyone to do it. If Chloe left, my rent goes down to 305, okay? Chloe's paying her part of the rent because that's the way it works. So my rent would go down to 305 total. And most people that are look, I know people that are single who have a payee who basically have their money watched out for them. So they don't go and spend $1,200 on a video card for their computer. Whereas everyone else basically spends differently to whatever their mood is. Yeah, well, some people are broke. I mean, look at the disabled. As long as you can manage your money and you got food in your belly and a roof over your head and semi-clean clothes, that's all the government wants. They don't want to give you anything more if they don't have to. Well, I live in subsidized housing, okay? And by the way, Mark, do you want a little bit of advice? If you're on SSI or SSDI and you're like worried about your rent, downsize. I'll give you a reason why. Any places that have apartments that are subsidized in the 50 states, that rural, like out in the middle of the country, like say where I used to live, you have RARD. Now, what is RARD? It's for people that are on government funds, rural assistant, rural development. That means your rent instead of going through and waiting for a 5 year wait for HUD, you go straight to USDA. You go through a building, you find out what it is. It's USDA, and the USDA turns around and gives you help. Our rent's like 1,600 here by itself. Our rent after we get done with subsidizing and paying our bills every month, we're like one of five that do. 607. So RARD pays the bills. So it's basically the foster child to HUD. Yeah, well, Lala Lake Bulldog is a jackass, greedy bastard that fucking is so dumb that he thinks he can pull out videos out of his ass. And then these fucking douchebag morons that make these videos think that I'm stupid. Oh, you know what? Anyone who wants to talk about stimulus is welcome in my channel. You know what? I don't sugarcoat anything. People ask me questions, I tell the truth. People want to sit there and say, what do you think of La Late? The motherfucker is a jackass. Well, what do you think of Kevin? He's a fucking moron that needs to sniff his own underwear until his fucking nose goes brown. Anything and everything, literally. I mean, to me, I don't believe in any of these fucking ass clowns. They make more videos than anything, and they say my videos are long. Well, guess what? My videos might be long, but at least I give my people and my subscribers and people tuning in the chance to weigh in on live channel through the comments where he's like, oh yeah, post comments down below, we want to hear it, yeah. I mean, there's that other guy I hate with a passion that will turn out stimulus checks every fucking 30 minutes or less if he can pull one out of his ass is Jimmy. I mean, literally, I'm just basically staying on my channel. There's one guy I watch, and half the time I find that other guy makes more stimulus videos than me. I make one long one. They make multiple short ones. Basically, oh yeah, I'm making content there, so we might not get the stimulus check. I don't care. All I care about is fucking getting on here and saying, hey, here's what I hear, here's what I know, let's talk about it, let's debate it. Instead, these morons got to have like 500 things. You know, every fucking person that clicks that has the subscribers and the monetary base basically gets like a quarter, and eventually it slowly tapers down to so they can make $200-300 minimum on one video where everyone's fucking no, I don't like Kevin. I hate Kevin. Kevin's a guy. Kevin and Jimmy is two guys I don't like, and they're video makers. Anyways, let me see what's going on. Let's see. Every 20 minutes, Lala late is. Yeah, and that's why Bulldog, who's cool, basically triggered me to vent about these, Yeah, well, guess what? My electric bill's going to be about that too, sis. All because of it. That guy looks like a mixture between Alex Jones and Johnny Bravo, hyped up on coffee at Poppers. Do not watch the idiot's videos, so full of shit. No, I like Kevin since he's in. Hey, Rita, who's Kevin? Like I said, I don't watch Kevin. This morning I got a subscription thing that says, do you want to watch? Do you recommend this? I said, no. Same with Jimmy. I just don't like Jimmy, and I don't like that Dr. Sanja guy. He's like, hello, my name's Dr. Sanja. Today we're going to talk about $2,000. I think that's his name, Sanja. Oh, well, hello, Hannah. Thank you. I don't like any, Yes, everyone likes Lala Late because he's good looking. Me, I found him to be son of a bitch bastards. I'm glad you guys hearing this. Last night I had the fucking neighbors both upstairs and downstairs pounding. Literally, Chloe got so fucking pissed she called up the police. They knocked on our door and said, look, we're going to take care of this. Then came back and told them to knock it off. They're like, oh, well, the manager can't evict us. We're under eviction moratorium. So if I want to hammer on the walls at 3 a.m, fuck them. Yeah, I ignore him personally because I don't give two shits about Kevin. Kevin's a moron, in my opinion, that's basically trying to make a living by milking everyone and clickbaiting. Me, I don't like that, I don't care. I don't like Clear Valley Tax. The guy can kiss my ass, Nah, basically doing that's gonna basically, Fat man on uppers. Yep, Pee Wee, you're right. Let's see. Pound on the wall, negative. But you know what? We can go round and round and round. Everyone knows I don't like these people because they clickbait. They make $300-400 a day plus just making shithole videos about things that we already know. I mean, literally, if you focus. I mean, literally, I can make my video short and sweet and leave it go, but I'm not clogging up my internet either. So what I do is when I do live videos, I do it in a way that gives everyone in the audience a chance to vote and to talk about what they feel. Whereas these guys, they basically expect all the comments and people can comment on their comments, and I don't like that. What I want is people to come in here, feel like they're part of the family, and basically turn around, and don't think it's about clickbait. I mean, look, we've been dealing with this since March, and where has it gotten us? Everyone's been fucking, now this has been signed. Everyone's now been emailing, messaging me like, where's my money? I need my money. I mean, you wouldn't believe how many emails last night I was fucking getting. When I got done, I got to tell you this, okay? That's why my head's a little swimming still. Good morning, Charlene. My head's swimming because I'm basically got a headache because I got drunk last night. People are, I'd be reading an email come in, when are we getting our check? I'd be like, there we go. Anytime someone basically asked that question, I was getting drunk last night. By the time I got done, Chloe put me to bed, and that was it. Porn? Fat man on uppers. I have no clue what uppers are or whatever. What are these? Yeah. Well, if you have a huge crush on Alex Jones, that's fine. I got a check-in message anyways right now because uh tomorrow I got a package coming. Hold on. I gotta ask this question real quick for Hannah. Because since I was raised by a Japanese woman, my aunt. So Hannah was saying she was sending something else out to me, which I told her, she's doing way too much for me, and she's worried about me due to the fact of what's going on with Chloe. We're not going to talk about Chloe much today, but she said she ordered something, boxes of Japanese snacks. So I thought she was talking about bento boxes. Now, has anyone ever seen those little Japanese bento boxes? Yeah, I grew up with those little bento boxes. And Japanese candy is not like American candy. Japanese candy is a little different. Well, you guys go and discuss things for me. I'm going to go to the bathroom since you were all talking about clickbait and sexy men. You mean wasabi, Pee Wee? Those wasabis? The chickpeas that are coated in wasabi? Yeah, I know what you mean. Wasabi's pretty hot. I'll be right back. Wasabi. You see, I grew up with my aunt who's Japanese. I know crap. Stomach's still acting up. But I've also had to chow. What for? Oh, restock? Sounds good to me. Sun's supposed to be coming out? Nope, supposed to be raining. Sorry, I talked to myself for a second. Be funny. As I must be the stupidest or the simplest son of a bitch out there. I always call myself son of a bitch because I always laugh about it. I just love that term. You son of a bitch. Like Bill Paxton, from Tombstone and Titanic, and anyways, it's like I can make ramen, one fork, simple, with a little teacup thing. I can make TV dinner, throw it in the oven. Gotta dig it out. I can make raviolis, just open some cans up, cook it. I mean, whatever I want. I must be one simple son of a bitch. Chloe's been nagging me to take out the prime rib for tomorrow. I don't even have the motivation. I think a good actor that's really cute at times is Pierce Brosnan or Tom Selleck. I just love Tom Selleck. Tom Skerritt's up there in age, but he was pretty good back then. But Tom Selleck is not bad either, you know. I watched Quigley last night. I had to email a guy that knows a guy who knows a guy who does a guy who does this, that turns around and makes saddlebags for the Quigley, you know. I mean, literally, you know, I love Westerns. I mean, literally, last night Chloe looked at me and I'm a cowgirl. So she's like, "Hey, Rudy, does your coat still fit?" And I put in your cowboy hat and I went out and tried it on. Works just fine. I don't wear it that much, but I have a coat and a hat that I, you know. I also have a huge crush on Ricky from Trailer Park Boys. Yeah, Chloe was just talking about Trailer Park Boys the other day. She was asking my father-in-law, about renting the movie or something. Dad wants me to do so. Okay, so here's a couple things I got to talk to you about tonight or today that's important to me. Now, Hannah asked us if we're going to be doing a countdown from coast to coast, a long video tomorrow. Now, we can set the time, we can end the time, we can keep the time, no one knows, right? Well, I know Cam and Dana, Cam's mom, came in last night. They are still waiting for me to get around to opening presents live. I just, you know, I have my own reasons. I'm going to get through all this. I'm also letting my health rebalance itself. Yeah, for New Year's. That's what Hannah was asking about. Are we doing an actual live countdown, you know, live on YouTube? And I said I have no clue. Reason I said I have no clue is because I don't know what's going on, how it's going to go, etc. My father-in-law wants to watch a movie on the 24th tomorrow night yet. He didn't tell me how we're going to do it. I think he expects me to pay for it. I really don't want to pay my money for, you know. So, in about 10 hours, my deposit check goes in, and then I'm going to be doing some online shopping. Simple. I just run a live stream. That's it. If Hannah's watching this, then Hannah should be able to give us some insight. Maybe Pee Wee has some insights too. I like Sam Elliott. He's pretty cool too and badass. He did good as Conagra or whatever his name is, you know, but it was just an idea. Uh, Everyone loves online shopping. I gotta make sure my online list is there. Yeah, I'm still trying to buy that doodad for Sassy, but Sassy, who says I'm feisty, I'm gonna be feisty with him. You know, if I don't get any more information, I've been waiting for him. There we go. Let's see. Trackball, mouse, razor, shave, da 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 da. That's all I need for the month. Maybe I get some raviolis while I'm at it. We got green pins and red pins, and you know. Oh yeah, better check on that too. Food stamps are supposed to go up 15% more. Unfortunately, no one knows. Let's see. Sassy, you're really feisty too, man. All right, so there's 5 days left to food stamp replenish. And the food stamps will be getting modified in the next whatever. So, I just checked there. It's stating that nothing's been upgraded for food stamp. So, what's the problem with meeting a man, Grandma, if you leave your house? That doesn't make sense. I have no free time. I've been that one of the things I got to tell you guys about Sassy knows the situation, anyways. Ginger is but I've been working when I get done with YouTube vids. My YouTube daily vids. I go and clean. Telling you, I'm getting exhausted. I was telling my cousin Dinky last night. She's like, "You're letting people win." It's like, no, I'm just exhausted. I mean, literally. I mean, I got out of bed this morning. I got 10 chapters of Proverbs done, and I was like, stomach's acting up, so I got to let my stomach heal. But at the same time, I told my cousin between YouTube vids, cleaning and cooking and cleaning and cleaning and cleaning, it just drained me. Literally, she's like, "Oh, you're letting it really." It drains it because you got to maintain the house. You got to maintain the house. You got to maintain the apartment. You got to cook for someone else. You got to do your YouTube vids and everything. And they're in the room doing and that's it. And they're like, "Oh, I'm going to bed." And to me, I'm like, I told my cousin Dinky I was just completely exhausted, I used to meet people on Facebook too, but I gave up Facebook. Met my first wife on MSN chat. You had to install it. Met my second wife / hubby, Aaron, in or no, second one was. Anyways, I use marriage sites in Russia and everything else. Don't ask me what I was thinking, but I don't need to explain my relationships. It's just been 20 plus years. The relationships are all dead. I've learned my lesson to stay away from the Russian bride agencies and more. My cousin told me I can't have any excuses. He was drinking excessively and told me I had no excuses. And I was like, dude, that's not cool. Sing. I'm Popeye the Rabbit Man. I'm Popeye the Rabbit Man. I eat my spinach and I get strong. I'm Popeye the Rabbit Man. Hey, look, it's a poop cannon. Boop, 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 boop. Come on, I'm having a little fun with you. If that hurts you, oh, there we go. There you go. You can leave that poo not on me, somewhere else, Ebbs. I don't like poo. Yeah, I've been through marriage agencies, marriage dating sites, you name it. Got rid of Facebook. I gave up. Hell, my wife Annie never talks to me, so I'm like, fuck it. I don't even bother anymore. Feel like I'm the loser. Why am I even telling you guys this? I don't know. Anyways, like I said, I feel kind of like the loser in the family. Literally, the woman who is destitute, the woman who was homeless on the streets, the woman who was always pursuing foreign women because American women out here was not interested. Um, I can go on, but I just can't remember. So, hi Boon Boon, how you doing? The woman who has been through a lot of experiences. People never think of me as the one who had experience with foreign women. They just don't think that. They think my experience stinks. And then there's the people that think my opinions stink because of whatever reason for stimulus checks. Well, to me, I feel like I'm the loser, because every time I turn around, everyone around me, says either they're disappointed in me or I'm a loser. I mean, literally, do you guys want to know what I was telling Hannah the other day? I care for Hannah deeply. She's a sweetheart. I mean, literally, every time I turn around, she's sending me some package, and she's really nice. I'm still trying to get her to come on Zoom with me. I'd like to see her face to face sometime, but that's between me and her. It's a personal issue. But um, so my family wants Chloe out of my life permanently. The roommate. And they also don't want me dating anyone. They want me to downsize to a 1-bedroom or a studio to keep people out, even if it means me throwing out my crap. And I won't do that. And two is they don't want me to be going anywhere because if I don't see someone or don't hear from someone, I can still be ending up with someone that's just as bad as Chloe. Sleeping. That's it. She went to bed at like 8. I mean, literally, she just climbed into bed. She'll be, be up later. Literally, she asked when my bath was going to be, and I said, I don't know, when the wind dies down. When the wind doesn't die down, I'll basically still be waiting. I don't want the CO2 detectors going off, the carbon monoxide detectors. Well, the reason I said loser is because every time I turn around, I'm getting either a disabled person, someone taking advantage of me, or whatever. I mean, that's why my cousin was saying, Christmas time, it wasn't a loser thing so much. It was like, I think my cousin was tipsy, but they always say, when you're drunk, you tell more of the truth. But I was tipsy, and or he was tipsy, I should say, not me, and he turned around and, they don't want anyone in my life because it could be as worse, if not worse than Chloe, you know. Never got into dancing. I used to go to nightclubs when I was younger, but nowadays, I must be. My sister and I went over to a couple clubs that was for cross dressers. That kind of bothered me a bit. I remember living with my husband a long time ago. We'd hear Saturday Friday and Saturday night, they always had bands going at some of the restaurants, and they had it so loud that you could hear it across town. Here you don't hear nothing. You know what my dad said about this pandemic? Damn fucking Titan upstairs. About to take a broom handle to the ceiling. I won't do it though. Anyways, he said we'll be going back to the roaring 20s again. Thigh-high boots? Gee, I thought thigh-high boots were for tranny folks. What's the tranny lyrics? Anyways, I'll be right back. Please converse between yourselves. I'm going to have to use the bathroom before I have a blowout. That might be a good sign. I don't know. I pinched out lots of logs, so hopefully I can keep this streak and get healthy. I don't know. What now? Do I gotta fucking bother with this? Ugh, no solid log. Okay, we got a problem here, everyone. We got a major problem here, everyone. So I just heard Moscow Grinch speak. I was sitting on the shitter. Okay, Chuck Schumer's up next. I'll tell you what he said. He said between $1,200 and $600. I want you guys to weigh in on this. This is big news here. The economy recovering of businesses and making everything work is doing better. Better than it was than pre-pandemic levels. Mm-hmm. There you go. You see, that's something I wanted to share. I just listened. Well, it is a happy pot when it comes to having diarrhea. Let me see what's going on. What did I miss? I'm about to go down there. I have young years experience. Maybe you could go live then. I don't know. It sounds so fun. Casinos are fun. Turtle Boy McConnell is in the Senate. Yes, I know, Higgins. That's what I was listening to. Mm. So let's weigh in on this. We'll go down the comments first. I'm a whole new Rita shop for a new look. Hell, Hannah. Hello, Hannah Bug. It's going to be like 1920s again. I want to go back to working my business, Mayor June. Hello, TJ. My New Year's resolution diet so I can look like a rock star once the vaccine kicks in. This too shall end. She's still living there? I think all of us have put a few pounds since the pandemic kept us at home. Yes, Sassy. She's on the pot. Well, the toilet, not the happy pot. She's on both. Hey, I hope Rudy gets her out. Wonder where Chloe? And didn't even Chloe, she's sleeping. What's new, Pee Wee? Of course, Chloe's sleeping. Yes, she started right into Rita. I hear her body and I think Sesame Street, Elmo's body time. Ha ha, very funny. So let's weigh in on this. I'm getting down there. So Mitch McConnell says that his advisors do not support $2,000, but he is also asking for it to be on the calendar to vote up or down for the $2,000 with dissolving Section 230, which is that, and updating the internal IRS code since 1986 for these tax rebate credits, is it what they're calling it? I'm feeling better. Yes, Grandma. So basically, that's my opinion. Basically, what we got is some real crisis information around. Mitch McConnell doesn't want to give a dime because he turned around and he basically said, we don't want to bankrupt the country giving money and using the fire hose again. His exact words are fire hose, Yeah, I was sitting on the shitter, like you said, watching this, which reminds me, I can actually, let's see what's going on. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to history, right? And from history, here we go. Right here, right? And then what I'm going to do, still doing this, okay? So I'm going to play it on my family room display, see? And then I can mute this if I wanted to. I won't. Is there a headphone jack here? I can always plug it in. There's a headphone jack. Nope, they don't give you a headphone jack for this, I guess. Oh well. You think it'd be copyrighted, anyone, if I basically played it? Yes. Well, hello, Mark. Mike. Hold on, let me mute this for a second. You guys converse amongst yourselves.
An independent judiciary, the conduct that led to his impeachment. Is this where Senate Republicans are going to draw the line? $2,000 checks to the American people? That is a bridge too far?
Right.
Please.
Let's get our
For
opinions.
the awareness of my colleagues, we can have this vote tonight and send the bill directly to the president's desk for signature. We can vote on the NDAA bill tonight and finish the Senate's business before the end of the year.
Right.
All it takes is our Republican colleagues consenting to a simple vote on the House bill to provide $2,000 checks to the American people.
Yeah, including illegals.
No?
Way to go, Chucky boy.
Do you support sending $2,000 to the American people or not? Let's have the vote. And so, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of H.R. 9051, a bill received from the House to increase recovery rebate amounts to $2,000 for individuals, that the bill be read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection? Object.
You son of a bitch, motherfucker.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Under the previous order, the Senate will be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to
okay, now I'm pissed.
Each.
Mr. President?
The senator for Vermont.
Thank you very much.
Mitch is an asshole.
I want to concur with what Senator Schumer said.
Here we go. Bernie Sanders is up
what
now,
he said goes beyond economics.
Oh, he is an
asshat. It
asshat.
goes beyond the desperation that tens of millions of working families are facing. It goes beyond the struggles of the people of Vermont or Kentucky. And let me just make it clear for the majority leader that 10 out of the poorest 25 counties in the United States of America are located in Kentucky. So maybe my colleague, the majority leader, might want to get on the phone and start talking to working families in Kentucky and find out how they feel about the need for immediate help in terms of a $2,000 check for adults. And I have the strong feeling that the people of Kentucky will respond no differently than the people of Vermont or New York. This last poll that I saw had 78% of the American people saying that they wanted and needed that type of help. But this discussion, frankly, is not just about the economic struggling of working families in this country. It's not just the massive levels of income and wealth inequality. It's about basic democracy. Now, what we have to do here on the floor, whether it's Senator Schumer or Senator McConnell or me, we got to talk in legalese. That's the language of the United States Senate, and the stuff sounds pretty complicated to the average person. But all that Senator Schumer and I are asking,
Yeah,
the
well,
majority
Pee-wee, I
leader
agree
is
with
a
you
very
100%,
simple
but we need to hear
request.
what's going on so we know where you're
Allow
going to get
the
the $2
members
grand
of
or
the
not.
United States Senate to cast a vote. If you want to vote against $2,000 checks for people in your state, vote against it. I see Senator Toomey here. He has been clear about it. I suspect he will vote against it. I respect his opinion. But all that we are asking for is a vote. What is the problem?
I hear
In the
Bernie's a
House,
Jewish man,
over
too.
2/3 of the members of that body, including 44 Republicans, voted to say that at this time of economic desperation, working families deserve help and they deserve a $2,000 check. And as Senator Schumer just indicated, we have a very unlikely ally.
There you go. They're gonna put the tweet up. They're gonna put Donald Trump's tweet up.
With Trump more times than I have. And yet here is what the leader of the Republican Party says. He says $2,000 ASAP. So even on this issue, amazingly enough, the President of the United States is right. So what all of this comes down to, my fellow Americans, it's not even whether you agree with Senator Schumer and myself and 78% of the American people, whether you agree with Senator McConnell, and I suspect Senator Toomey, that's fine. It's called democracy. We have differences of opinion. All that I am asking is give us a vote. What's the problem?
Exactly. The American people want
Allow
the vote,
the United
you
States
dipshits.
senators to cast a vote.
How
Whether
Kentucky
or not they
believed
are
in a
for
blockhead
the
like
$2,000 check or whether they're against it.
Moscow Grinch
We
is
will
beyond
need,
me.
as I understand it, 60 votes to win. That's a big hurdle. I don't know that we're going to win. There are a number of Republicans, to their credit, who have said they're ready to vote for it. I suspect there may be more.
Well, I already
when given
gave
the
shit. It
opportunity
was
to
in my
vote.
toilet,
Maybe I'm
sis, and
wrong.
I got rid of it.
Maybe we will lose. I think that would be unfortunate. But all that I am asking for right now is give us the opportunity to vote. What is the problem with that? So, Mr. President, with that, I will now go to Senate legalese and say, quote, I ask unanimous consent that at 11:30 a.m. on Thursday, December 31st, the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of H.R. 9051 to provide a $2,000 direct payment to the working class, that the bill be considered, read a third time, and the Senate vote on passage of the bill without intervening action or debate. Further, that if passed, the motion to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table. Further, that immediately following the vote on H.R. 9051, the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of the veto message on H.R. 6395, that the Senate immediately vote on passage of the bill, the objections of the President to the contrary notwithstanding, with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection?
Mr. President,
The Senator for Pennsylvania.
Mr. President, reserving the right to object, let me start by pointing out we are not in the same place that we were in back in March. Our economy is in nothing like the situation we faced.
Is this Pat Toomey?
During a moment
See,
in
here
March,
we go. This is
when
what we're
this body
talking
came
about.
Together and voted unanimously, I believe, for the most extraordinary aid package, financial stimulus bill, however you care to characterize it, in the history of the world by far. Remember where we were.
Yep, Pat Toomey.
We had closed down the economy.
Some son of a bitch thinks the
To a
economy's
very large
better
degree,
now.
the American
Moron.
economy had stopped functioning.
Anyone think the economy's
Because
better?
state
That's what we were
governments around
talking
the country
about.
decided they had to close it down. We can discuss, we can argue about whether that was a good decision or not, but given the limited knowledge we had about the nature of the COVID-19 threat, it was deemed to be the right thing to do. So we were on the verge of having no economy. That's never happened before in our history. So what did we do? We decided
He is a
this
shithead.
calls for extraordinary measures. And we would try to use federal dollars as a substitute for the economy, just replace lost income on a massive, unprecedented scale. And we did.
Toomey is a
Almost $3
dipshit.
trillion we approved in that legislation.
Yeah, we know he's a
At
shithead.
the time, we
Amen.
included $1,200 per person. You could make an argument that that was a extremely inefficient use of those $1,200 per person. But at the time, given the circumstances, I understood why we didn't have many good options, and that was something we decided to do. So where are we now? We're in a very different place. Our economy is not in a free fall. Our economy is in a recovery mode. We're not back to where we want to end up. We're not back to where we were before March, but we've taken big steps in that direction.
Yeah, bailing out big business.
33% last quarter. 33%. That's a tremendous recovery that is underway. More than half of all the people who lost their jobs
dipshits.
earlier this year
Quit trying
have
to put him in
regained
his
their jobs.
place.
So we're not finished yet, but that's a huge step along the way. And now we're being told, after passing another extraordinary bill, this one almost $1 trillion, and including $600 per person, that that's not enough. We need to do $2,000 per person, despite the fact that we know for sure, we know for a fact that the large majority of those checks are going to go to people who had no lost income. How does that make any sense at all, Mr. President? We know for sure that the majority of these people had no
Like
lost
Sister
income.
Pee
They
Wee
didn't lose their
says,
job.
tighten the belt
And yet we're going to
buckle
send them not
or the purse
$600,
strings.
not the $1,200, but $2,000. So think about this. A married couple who both are working and have 2 kids, maybe they work for the federal government like 2 million odd people do. Maybe they work for a large company, the vast majority of which did not have large numbers of layoffs. So this 2-child, 2-income couple that makes 6 figures had no interruption, no diminishment of their income whatsoever. They're going to get $8,000 of money we don't have that is going to be either borrowed or printed. That's what it's all going to come down to.
Yes, I know. He's a
There are
dipshit.
people who are still suffering from the economic fallout of this terrible COVID crisis. There's no question about it. We know there are people who are concentrated in a handful of industry for the most part, not exclusively, but people who have worked in the restaurant industry, people who work for hotels, travel, entertainment. So many of those people are still out of work, and their prospects of getting their old jobs back are not good in the short run. I sure hope they'll be good in the medium term run, if not sooner. And our bill addressed that. It addressed that problem. How do we do that? With a new round of PPP loans, which are really grants to small businesses if they'll keep their workforce intact. Expansion of unemployment insurance benefits so that people who have historically been ineligible remain eligible so they can continue to collect unemployment benefits. An increase in the amount of unemployment benefits, a $300 a week overlay of federal money on top of whatever their state program is. $600 per person, regardless of whether they lost income. All of that was passed just a few days ago. And now we're told we need to come back immediately right now and make sure that we're sending $2,000 checks to people who had no lost income.
Amen, sister. I agree with you.
Mr. President, I object.
Objection is heard. Senator for Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President, very much. And I rise to echo the sentiments of the senator from Vermont. He is right. The Republicans are wrong on this issue, on every single part of this.
I'm glad we're having this discussion,
I'm saying this is
everyone.
right. The Republicans are wrong. We're in the middle of an unprecedented crisis in our country. We have a healthcare crisis. We have an unemployment crisis. We have a hunger crisis. We have a housing crisis. We have an addiction crisis. We have a moral crisis in this country. The United States government should be responding to the needs, to the desperation of families in our country at this time. There's a crisis of faith that the American people have in its government.
I agree with you,
to
Pee Wee,
respond
100%.
to
And
human
$600
suffering.
is a slap in the face.
Well, this institution has been created to respond to human suffering. That's our job. Tony Fauci has made it very clear that the worst of the pandemic is ahead of us, not behind us. We know what's coming, and yet we are not responding. We know this is not going away soon, and yet we are not responding. A program, Operation Warp Speed, was created to create a vaccine. But because for 7 months the Republicans have refused to fund the public health system of our country at the state and local level, we have Operation Snail Speed to put the vaccinations in the arms of the American people. It was anticipatable. Tony Fauci and others were warning us back in May, in June, in July. There would be a second wave, and the second wave could be bigger. We got the warning. The Republicans refused to heed that warning. And here we are now without the public health infrastructure to deal with the overflow capacity in emergency rooms and ICUs all across the country, while simultaneously asking those same medical institutions to put vaccinations in the arms of healthy people without the resources provided by the federal government to help those states and local communities to deal with that crisis. Sometimes Daniel Patrick Moynihan would say that when you deal with an issue, you deal with it with benign
I love it.
You don't want to hurt. Deal with benign neglect. What's happened with the Republicans this year is that they've created a program which is designed neglect. It's an actual plan not to provide the funding, not to provide the help for those families, for those communities, for those institutions that are now being overwhelmed and asked on top of that to put this extra burden of putting vaccinations in people's arms, but without the extra resources. And what do? On the Republican side, they throw out these red herrings, so many red herrings that you need to build an aquarium in the well here of the Senate in order to deal with all of them, that gets away from the central issue. Yes or no, up or down, will you provide $2,000 to Americans who are going to need it through what Tony Fauci is saying will be the worst part of this pandemic? Yes or
Is
no?
Tony Fauci
Up or
right
down,
or wrong?
where do they
Let's
stand?
discuss that, people.
Here's what we do know. Republicans seem more focused on funding the Defense Department than they do funding the defenseless in our country. And Americans are becoming more defenseless as each day goes by. The headlines are screaming that this panic that is absolutely understandable and based upon fact is sweeping our country. There is protection which the federal government should be providing to these families. We hear it. They're hungry.
They
They
get
could be
extra food
without their
stamps,
homes.
so they shouldn't be
The
hungry.
addiction crisis is rising. They need help in their families. So from my perspective, we have a moment in time. And Donald Trump happens to agree with us. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. And we do agree with him. He is right.
A broken
We do
clock.
need this help, which we should be providing to these families. And as we watch more and more of our American loved ones fall sick and die, families are facing a new and unprecedented hardship. They're having to make impossible decisions to whether to put food on the table or keep the heat on through the cold winter months. And the United States government has an obligation to help working people who, through no fault of their own, are seeing all of the things that they care about, all of the success that they've
You're
worked
welcome.
for, and all the financial security they've earned be washed away. And yet the Republicans want to put another Operation Snail Speed in place. The damage to these families is anticipatable. We can see what is unfolding. Dr. Fauci is telling us we're at the worst part of the pandemic and it's going to continue. So let us act in anticipation. Louis Pasteur used to say, the chance favors the prepared mind. That is what Dr. Tony Fauci is telling us. Let us prepare. Let us help families prepare for what is about to arrive. Just in Massachusetts alone, 21,000 new people applied for unemployment insurance in the week before Christmas. Food banks across Massachusetts, across the country, are seeing double-digit increases in demand with families who never faced food insecurity before. People are literally starving, cold, and without homes. And meanwhile, the majority leader and Republican leadership would rather head home for the new year and ignore the financial and health crises that are taking a toll on our families. For millions of Americans, this will be a New Year's holiday where they won't know if they can put food on the table.
You're a
that
mean
night.
one, Mr.
Republicans
Grinch.
are claiming that giving $2,000 in direct cash payments to working Americans would be too expensive, that it would inflate our national deficit, that our budgets are already bloated. I have to ask, though, where was this outrage when Republicans blew up our national deficit to give a $1.5 trillion tax cut to billionaires and corporations? These are the crocodile tears from the right as Americans are shedding real tears.
I agree, Peely,
Thinking about where their
100%.
next meal will come from. The eviction notice on the front door, or losing health care in the midst of this crisis. And Americans are actually tired of being told that $600 is, quote, sufficient as an amount of money, as relief, as billionaires receive their tax breaks and grow their wealth by the trillions of dollars during this crisis. The rich get richer, and the rest are there, left suffering. They've had enough of being told that there just isn't the money for support for the well-being of their communities when they can see tax breaks
All
going
I'm
to
gonna
those
say
companies that are actually
is this
laying
is
off
complete
workers. And Americans are
bullshit.
tired of being let down by their government time and time again, as Donald Trump and his Republican allies have abandoned them during this response to the pandemic. Americans need support. They need to be able to trust their government, and they need $2,000.
Donald Trump didn't
now.
abandon their people,
So
you
that's
jackass.
the issue. Yes or no, up or down, on providing $2,000 to Americans to help them make it
You
through
don't do
the
it,
worst
Georgia goes blue.
part of this crisis. So, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that at 12:30 p.m. on Thursday, December 31st, the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of H.R. 9051, a bill to provide $2,000 direct payment to the working class. That the bill be considered read a third time and the Senate vote on passage of that bill without intervening action or debate. And further, that if passed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and that immediately following the vote on HR 9051, the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of the veto message on HR 9395.
No,
That the Senate immediately vote on
They
passage of the
vote.
bill. The objections of the president to the
they
contrary.
get rid of Section
notwithstanding,
230,
with no intervening
and they do
action.
an investigation into voter fraud
Is there
too.
objection?
Grandma.
Mr. President,
The Senator for Texas.
reserving the right to object, Mr. President. Speaker Pelosi's second bite at the apple, just after we voted on a $900 billion bill that's now been signed into law by the President of the United States, is not the way to send relief to the hardest hit Americans. Under this legislation, a family of 5 with an annual income of $350,000 would receive a stimulus check. This is reminiscent of the HEROES Act that the House passed, which cut taxes for millionaires and billionaires. This isn't about helping the people that need it the most. This is about helping millionaires and billionaires and people who, frankly, have not suffered the hardship economically that others have during this pandemic. The median household in my state is
I agree,
$60,000.
Pee-wee.
And the speaker wants to send taxpayer-funded assistance to folks earning nearly 6 times that much. Even the Washington Post editorial board agrees this is bad policy. And it doesn't differentiate between people who've been receiving a paycheck during this pandemic,
That
like
policy,
government employees,
even though Bezo owns the
and people who
Post,
simply by virtue of
interesting.
their job have been put out of work and not receiving any income.
Bezo would get
That's
90% of it in his pocket
The
anyways.
Speaker's bill isn't about targeting folks who've lost their jobs or seen their income reduced. It's a far cry from the additional assistance President Trump requested for the hardest hit Americans. The reality is this bill would spend roughly $300 billion more on folks who aren't even experiencing a financial strain from the pandemic. We need to focus on the people who've been hurt.
You see, look at this.
What our
These dipshits are
COVID-19
saying that
relief
they
bill
don't want to
is
give
free
you
signed into laws designed to do, and
on
I
any
dare say this
benefits.
is not going to be the last
Railroad
time we
veterans,
visit this topic. If there's more we need to do,
survivors,
I'm confident we will do
disability
it.
insurance,
But today,
retirement,
in this way, is
SSI,
not the right way
not
to
a
do it.
dime.
I object. Mr. President.
Objection is heard. The Senator for Illinois.
Mr. President, I've listened carefully and watched 3 occasions on the floor of the Senate this afternoon where Senator Schumer, Senator Sanders, and Senator Markey have tried to create an opportunity where the Senate would actually come together and vote, where the Senate might make a decision based on the merits of this issue rather than to keep talking around the issue. What is at stake is a substantial sum of money for families which are in the midst of the struggle of their lives. $2,000, characterized a few moments ago by my friend from Texas as Speaker Pelosi's idea. Well, I might remind him it was also Donald Trump's idea. And so
Amen to Donald Trump.
the president has
Woohoo!
told us this morning that we should move on this as quickly as possible. And though I don't often come to the floor to agree with the president, he's right. In this instance, he's clearly right. And what will we do now? We are calling senators back together in Washington from far reaches across the United States. This morning, I received some email and text messages from some of our colleagues hopping on airplanes at 6 a.m. on the West Coast, heading out here to face a vote. What is this vote all about? Well, first is to override the veto of the president when it comes to the defense authorization bill. This was certainly something that was occasioned by one senator, the junior senator from Kentucky, who forced us into a position where that vote
They
needed to
say
be
we're
taken
worthless
care of.
eaters,
Could
even
have
though
been
we get
handled
extra
much more
food
efficiently
stamps. That
and
should
to
be
the benefit of all
sufficient for
members
us to
if it
survive
was,
this food
scheduled for
shortage
a weekend
problem.
when we're resuming the new session of Congress. But he insisted, and we're returning and frankly putting in peril, again, in the midst of a pandemic, members of the Senate who are traveling from all far-flung reaches of this country to be part of this action in Washington. But it isn't just the junior senator.
We all
from
need to
Kentucky
listen to
who's
this.
having us sit here in Washington and wait for things that could be taken care of with dispatch. It is a senior senator from Kentucky as well. He has decided that we will not get a vote on the House measure to increase the payments to $2,000 a
Because he's
year.
a dick.
Make
He's
no
getting
mistake,
millions
there
of
is only
PPP
one
loans
way
for
to
a little
bring this
Chinese
relief
bitch
to
of a
families
wife.
in America, It is to pass the bill already enacted by the House of Representatives. A bill which received 44 Republican votes in addition to a substantial number of Democrats, only 2 voting no. 44 Republican votes joined with the Democrats to call for this measure, which many are decrying on the floor here as class struggle or whatever their argument might be. There is no other measure, including Senator McConnell's alternative, which has any ghost of a chance to help the families of this country with this $2,000 benefit. The only thing that will do it, the only one thing that will do it, is this bill that has already passed the House of Representatives. The House is in recess. When they're going to return is uncertain. They certainly don't have the time to work through the regular order of business and consider any new legislation, even if we could send it to them in time, which I believe is very doubtful. And so it's up to Senator McConnell to decide right here and now. Are we going to come together as a Senate this afternoon, 5 o'clock, when we're supposed to be back and voting, and get this matter done? Bring it to the Senate for a vote. Let's have this vote up or down. Let the Democrats and Republicans express their will on behalf of the families of this country. I couldn't agree more with the senator from Massachusetts and his characterization of what families face across this country, and certainly in my home state of Illinois. I just wonder if any of the Republican senators,
a Democrat or a Republican,
economic crisis facing these families, have really looked into the issue. This morning in the senator's home state of Texas, they showed an early morning television show of the cars that were lining up for food banks. Long lines of people waiting for food banks. And they interviewed some of them in Texas who told heartbreaking stories of how they once were volunteers at the same food bank and now were dependent on it for a helping hand if they were going to be able to feed their families. These were people
it
who
reminds
were
me.
not
Do you have
lazy
Ziploc
at
bags
all.
in my shopping list for
Misfortune has
tonight?
come their way, and the question is,
Yep.
will we help?
I gotta buy
This
4
is our opportunity
boxes.
today with the measure that passed the House of Representatives. Not some theory of some legislation might be considered tomorrow. Today, let's have this vote today, this evening. When the senators have returned, let's determine whether or not this House-passed measure for $2,000 is going to be enacted into law and sent to the president, who's clearly anxious to sign it. That, to me, is the reasonable thing to do. In fact, it may even sound like the United States Senate taking a vote on a timely issue after a debate. We do it so seldom around here. I think we've lost our muscle memory when it comes to this activity in the Senate. It's time to return to it. I thank the senator from Vermont, the senator from Massachusetts, and of course the Democratic leader for bringing this issue before us this afternoon. But it shouldn't end with our great speeches. It ought to end with an important vote for the people of this
President, the
country.
senator from Illinois yield for a question.
Have it yield.
Senator for Texas.
Mr. President, I wonder if the senator from Illinois would consider pairing their request for $2,000 direct payment with a liability shield provision that would guard businesses that have been operating in good faith and following the guidelines put out by public health and government institutions, and preserve a right to sue for reckless and willful disregard.
Wow, they just threw that in there, didn't they?
Pairing those two together.
Mitch McConnell tossed it out to get this bill passed, and now they're asking to add it again.
The notion for immunity from liability for corporations in America. He has introduced a lengthy bill on the subject. I don't believe that is consistent with keeping this nation safe during a pandemic, and certainly is not responsive to any onslaught of lawsuits. The senator might be interested to know that the number of medical malpractice cases filed in the name of COVID-19 since the onset of this current pandemic is slightly.
They want the liability
higher than
shield
the total
back
number
in
of lawsuits
place.
filed by Donald Trump in protesting the results of the November 3rd election. This is not a tsunami of lawsuits. I believe we can take reasonable measures to support and defend those corporations and companies.
Hopefully you
which
guys
making a
are
good
watching
faith
my
effort to
reaction to
comply with
all
public
this
health
too,
standards and
everyone.
protect their employees and customers. His bill, I'm afraid, goes way too far.
Mr. President,
The senator for Vermont.
Let me concur with my friend from Illinois on the issue.
There we go. Another post from Twitter.
Very simple question. You are concerned about the issue of corporate liability. I get that. I happen not to agree with you. You're entitled to your opinion. You may or may not be concerned about Section 230 of the 1996 Federal Telecommunications Bill. That's fine too. We may have a discussion about how we
or protect American democracy, it's a good discussion as well. But I have the strong feeling, Senator Cornyn, that in Texas, as in Vermont, you know what? People are really not talking about corporate liability. It's a good issue, it's an important issue. I
No,
don't think they're talking about.
because has anyone ever
Section
thought about the
230.
SSI
What I
clause?
think they are talking
You get
about is
$2,000 or more,
how they're going
you
to
lose
feed
your
their kids
benefits.
today.
Everyone
is the
knows
issue.
this.
And what I would
Cindy.
ask my friend from Texas is, what is your problem with allowing the Senate to vote on whether or not we are going to allow Americans, working class people, to get a $2,000 check? No, I gather that when that vote comes to the floor, and I hope it comes immediately, you'll vote no. And you'll explain to the people of Texas why you voted that way. That's called democracy. I respect that. But what is your problem with allowing the Senate to have a free-standing vote? There are a number of people on your side, Republicans, who have already come forward and say, yeah, they want to vote for this $2,000 check. Now, if you want to deal with corporate liability, that's fine. Let's deal with it at some point. Bring forth the bill. We can vote on it up or down. All that we are asking for is a simple up or down vote on the issue that tens of millions of people are talking about right now. Will they survive economically in the midst of this terrible pandemic? So I asked my colleague from Texas, what is the problem with allowing the U.S. Senate to vote on the bill passed by the House? And I yield to my colleague from Texas.
Mr. President.
Senator for Texas.
Mr. President, I would say to our colleague from Vermont, I have no problem with providing assistance, whether it's to public health officials who are trying to struggle with this pandemic, or to provide money for the research for therapeutics or vaccine, which fortunately is now being distributed around the country. I have no objection to direct payments to individuals. I voted for the $1,200 direct payment contained in the CARES Act. I voted for the additional money that's provided for in the most recent COVID-19 legislation. But this legislation that the senator from Vermont is advocating would benefit households with annual income over $350,000.
Do we have any proof on this?
And I would say that one way to deal with this, because of course we negotiated back and forth on the last COVID-19 bill, nobody got everything they wanted. But if our colleagues on the other side of the aisle want an additional financial benefit to people making up to $350,000, why not couple it with liability protection for people who are acting in good faith? This isn't just about corporations, and our colleagues across the aisle know it. This is about schools. This is about churches, synagogues, mosques. This is about every business that's worried that a game of gotcha is going to take place and they're going to end up paying the price. Even if they win the lawsuit, they will not be able to. They're still going to have to pay for the cost of defense, potentially losing their business outright.
The senator from Texas has the floor.
Oh, I'm sorry. So clearly, our colleagues across the aisle care more about trial lawyers and being able to bring litigation against businesses that have tried to do their best but have struggled dealing with the evolving public health guidance provided by the CDC and other authorities. Clearly, if they're not interested in engaging in a negotiation where people who, through no fault of their own, find themselves victimized by frivolous litigation, then we'd have no alternative but to continue to object to this request.
President,
The senator for Vermont.
if you listen carefully, you understood that my friend from Texas did not answer my question. He has a concern about corporate liability. It's a legitimate debate. You know what? Bring it to the floor. Let's vote it up or down. I will vote against it. You will vote for it. But I ask you a very simple question, not linking things together. Nobody in the real world understands that stuff. That's inside the Beltway stuff. What people in the real world know, and I want to take a moment to read some of these statements, because we have a lot of people on our social media, and we asked the American people, just the other day, we said, tell me, what would a $2,000 check mean to you? What's going on in your lives? And in just over 24 hours, I would say to my friend from Texas, nearly 6,000 people responded. And here is just what a few of them had to say. And we don't have, this is Twitter stuff, so I don't have their names here, and I wouldn't use it publicly anyhow, but this is what they say. One person writes, $2,000 is the difference between keeping our apartment and being evicted. Here's another. $2,000 means I can afford to feed my 3 kids. Another response, quote, it would mean not having to choose between rent and groceries or not having to ration my partner's meds, end quote. Another response, quote, I am raising my grandson with medical needs. I am $4,000 behind on utilities. We need electricity to run his medical equipment, end quote. Here's another response. $2,000 would mean I wouldn't have to worry about making my mortgage payment this month, and that I could get
I agree,
my medication,
Pee-wee, 100%.
Another response. $2,000
They don't want to give any
would mean
money except
paying
to
my
the
rent
illegal
and getting life-saving
douchebags.
treatment because I can't afford the $50 copay through my work insurance just to see my neurologist right now. End of quote. And on and on and on. Thousands of people respond. So I want to get back to the point that I want to again ask my friend from Texas. You got a concern about corporate liability? Good issue. Bring it to the floor. Let's vote on corporate liability. I would yield for a question from my friend from Illinois.
Yield for a question through the chair. I've listened to the figures that have been used on the floor about families that could qualify for the $2,000. It's my understanding that an individual with an income of $75,000 or less could qualify for the $2,000 payment, and a joint return, husband and wife, $2,000 could be given to them if their income is under $150,000. Is that your understanding?
Understanding. And I think, as Republicans do, they're going to let it be. But I'll get back to my friend from Texas, Senator Cornyn. We're asking a simple question. You want to bring up corporate liability? Bring it up. You want to bring up Section 230? Bring it up. You want to bring up the man on the moon? Bring it up. But what the American people want now is an upward down vote. Now you're going to vote against it if it comes to the floor. That's fine. It's your right. Explain it to the people of Texas. I will vote for it. But all that I am asking for is the right as a United States Senator to have the vote. And again, I ask you, what is your problem with members of the United States Senate, including a number of Republicans who have already indicated they would like to vote for this? What's your problem with bringing that up as a single standalone bill, not merged with corporate liability or anything else? What's your problem with that?
President.
Senator for Texas.
Mr. President, I would say to our colleague from Vermont, this money is not targeted.
He's not even wearing a mask.
Financial losses. It is not targeted to people who suffered financial losses. This money would go to members of your own staff if they meet the financial requirements. Other government employees who've suffered no financial loss during this pandemic. We've all suffered in different ways during the pandemic, to be sure, but financially, this money is designed to help the people who need it the most. Why would you send money to government employees that have been receiving their full paycheck during this pandemic?
That's a good question. And then I will have to explain that to the people of the state of Vermont.
The Senator for Texas has the floor.
He asked me a question as I understood it.
The Senator for Texas.
John, did you ask me a question? Did I?
The Senator for Texas.
It was more of a rhetorical question, Mr. President.
The Senator for Texas.
Mr. President, I wanted to come to the floor and talk about what strikes me as something akin to Groundhog Day. Groundhog Day isn't only the day I was born. It's something I feel like we're living through here as we debate the same points over and over and over again, forgetting what it is we've already done, the good things we've done together on a bipartisan basis.
So, for some of you out there, I'm
appropriated
first time trying
$4
Nicaraguan
trillion
coffee
in response to
from
this
Amazon.
pandemic.
I'll let you know how it
And it's
tastes.
appropriate that we have done so because this was a true public health crisis. But now this is we're seeing politics creep back in an attempt to send money to people who've suffered no financial loss in an untargeted and wasteful sort
See,
of way.
Bernie just said it's under
These relief packages
150,000
that we
for a
passed
married
together
couple,
have provided
75,000
billions
for
of dollars to
single.
support our
How
hospitals
does
and
it
healthcare
equal
workers who are on the front
$350,000 or
line.
more
I
that
voted
gets
for
a
it,
stimulus?
and I
You see,
think we
this
were right
doesn't
to do
answer.
so. We've thrown small businesses and their employees a lifeline through the Paycheck Protection Program. and we
Oh,
were right to
wow.
do
We
so.
can all apply for
We've
paycheck
invested in
protection. I got a
research,
business too. I
development,
run
manufacturing,
a
therapeutics,
poop truck
and
company.
vaccines
I empty
that
poop
are
tanks for a
currently
living.
being
See, there you
administered,
go.
thank
I need
goodness,
money. Give it here. Give it
throughout the
here.
country and indeed
Show me the
around
money.
world.
Show me the money.
And we sent unprecedented assistance to workers, families, and individuals whose livelihoods have been upended by this crisis.
This guy and this
Thanks to
people,
President Trump's leadership, Congress has
I
stepped
might
up
have
and
to
met
pick
this
me up a half gallon of
unprecedented
bourbon
challenge to
tomorrow
deliver
just
relief bill
because
after
this
relief
is
bill
getting out
for
of
the
fucking
American people.
hand.
If you had told me a year ago I would have voted this year alone for roughly $4 trillion worth of spending in this pandemic, I would not have believed you. But I do believe this
Yes,
is the
I know,
domestic
Pee Wee,
equivalent
but
of
don't you
World
get
War
the
II,
joke?
where we have
If
to
he's
do
saying
everything
PPP
humanly
loans are what
possible
is
to
going
try
to get
help
this
our
economy
fellow man,
better,
woman, and
then
child
he's a fucking
during this
moron.
pandemic. The latest round of relief came, of course, just this week when President Trump
Look, that
signed a
guy's got a
$900
giant thing
billion
on his head. It says, I'm
rescue
from
package into law.
Texas. I'm a
While
fuckhead.
I'm glad Congress was able to send more relief out the door at the end of the year, I'm disappointed that it took so long to do so. It's amazing the sense of urgency our Democratic colleagues have today, since at least 3 times, maybe 4 times, they blocked our attempts to pass $500 billion relief bills during the course of the summer. In July, our colleagues introduced the HEALS Act, which would have provided just under $1 trillion in relief, covering the same types of policies included in the most recent relief bill.
Right,
Direct payments,
$500 billion,
unemployment benefits, funding for
jackass.
schools, vaccine, and a host of other priorities. Our Democratic colleagues not only complained about the bill, they called it weak, little, pathetic, and unserious.
I agree.
But they
If I was
refused to engage in
president,
the sort of
I'd be
negotiations that are
giving people
customary
$5
around here
grand
when you actually want to solve a problem,
stimulus
or
because they're
consider
hurting.
anything short of the House's multi-trillion-dollar bill, which they knew had no chance of passing in the Senate because of things like tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires, which had nothing to do with COVID. So our Democratic colleagues dragged their feet. July, August, September, October, November. Months went by and the cases
Months went by and
soared,
everyone
the
went
economic
homeless and
squeeze
hungry
tightened,
because we're
and our Democratic
assholes.
colleagues refused to accept any sort of compromise. That was until a few weeks ago when they finally changed their tune right after the election. I'm sure it comes as no surprise that once the holdout agrees to negotiate, things can move pretty quickly. And that's what happened here.
Come on, let's see
after
old
the
Chucky
election.
boy again. The
Democrats,
Moscow
Republicans, and the
Grinch.
administration agreed to a $900 billion package, which looks very similar to the one they dubbed pathetic just a few months ago. In recent days, the president has expressed an interest in doing more. And I have no doubt that we will do more in this area. But Speaker Pelosi's bill goes far beyond what the president is talking about. For one, it would dramatically widen the pool of recipients, enabling wealthy households to qualify for relief checks.
Really? That's interesting. I've read the bill.
Congress provided
75,000
the
for
first
single
round of
people,
direct payments through the
150,000
CARES
for
Act that
married
did so in a
people.
way that sent relief to
Moscow
hardest hit
Grinch
Americans.
needs to fucking pass it.
Individuals who made up
His
to
wife, his little Asian
$75,000
wifey's
received
gonna
the
get
full
fucking
$1,200.
PPP loans
The
because
amount
she's a
gradually
fucking cunt.
declined as income
So
increased and
this
completely
PPP
phased
loans
out
for her are more
$99,000.
important so he can skim off the
We
top.
kept the same formula for the $600 payments provided for under the omnibus and further targeted the relief. Once again, those who made up to $75,000 will receive the full amount, and the amount phases out completely at $87,000. Under the CARES Act, a family of 4 earning up to $150,000 received $3,400. In the most recent rescue bill, the same family would receive an additional $2,400. This was the most effective and targeted way to ensure that assistance goes to
We can
those
tell
who
you
actually
exactly
need it,
why they get
while
slapped
avoiding
600
sending
for
taxpayer
everyone.
dollars,
Because they don't
borrowed,
want
I
their
might add,
taxpayer
to
dollars
those who don't.
going to go to a
The
new
House passed
TV
legislation
because
that provides
that's what they
$2,000
want.
payments, but it doesn't have a similar structure to keep these payments targeted.
Sorry, laptops
Let me give
too.
you an example. If this bill were to become law, a person making $100,000 a year would receive a $750 check from the federal government, whether or not they lost income during the pandemic. This isn't someone who used to make that much but was laid off or had reduction in their income. Someone who's currently earning a six-figure salary would receive an additional $750 from American taxpayers. For families, the income barrier goes higher. As I mentioned a moment ago, if you have a family of 5 with an annual household income of $350,000 a year, that family would receive a stimulus check under the House-passed bill. Now, that's not being smart with taxpayer dollars, and that's not targeted at the people who actually need it. That's a giveaway to people who have not suffered any financial losses during this pandemic, and clearly not targeted at those who need the most help. I mentioned a moment ago that
who is the most people that need help, huh?
Texas is $60,000 a year.
Seems like Cousin Dinky doesn't need the help, even though she's on employment. She's doing better than most people. So I say let's not look at this.
Even the Washington Post editorial board dubbed this policy as wasteful because of the huge amounts destined for what they call perfectly comfortable families, close quote. Even though Congress has already provided roughly $4 trillion in relief to the American people, our Democratic colleagues are acting as though this is the first and only way to help our country. Like I said, for them, every day is Groundhog Day. They ignored everything we've done in the past and act like this is the only thing we have or could do. It's just not true. This debate isn't about whether or not Congress should help families who are struggling. We have, and there's no question we'll continue to do so where needed. That's why we provided $1,200 in direct payments to the hardest hit Americans through the CARES Act and an additional $600 through the most recent relief bill. That's why these bills also bolstered state unemployment benefits and expanded them to include independent contractors and self-employed. That's why Congress has passed legislation to provide food assistance to families, keep more hardworking Americans on the payroll, and ensure our economy is on track for a strong recovery. Again, we did this thanks to the leadership of President Trump and by working together in a bipartisan way. Countless Texans have told me about the impact of this relief on their businesses and their families, and we can't lose sight of the progress that has already been made. But future relief must be targeted. We need to support those who need it and avoid sending hundreds of billions of dollars, as this proposal would, to those who don't need it.
Oh, wow. He's just saying, look, anyone who's on government benefits can manage their checks. Don't need this because they get food stamps, Medicaid, Medicare. So you all can go fuck yourself. Look at some people that turn around and they keep pestering me. When are going to get my $600? I need my $600. I need my $600. You don't see me bitching about $600.
Conversely, the Paycheck Protection Program was more successful than our wildest dreams. And so I think by seeing what works and what doesn't work, we can be better stewards of the taxpayer dollars by spending the money more efficiently and in a more targeted way. This isn't like highway bills or farm bills or defense spending bills where we have an idea about what's needed for individual programs.
Defense bill, $14 billion for an aircraft carrier.
Handbook.
Up to $20 billion.
Gauge how long this crisis would go on. Or
the Gerald R. Ford costed $20 billion. Well, let's go down the list here.
Act passed, we knew it made
then you got
sense to hit the pause button.
The
what worked well, what did
JFK, $25 billion.
As I said,
the Enterprise, like $30 billion. The new USS Doris Day, I believe it is, $35 billion for 4 carriers. Not to mention, you don't know the secrets of the carriers. Each carrier costs between $5 and $10 billion to deactivate and remove the nuclear reactors. $5 to $10 billion. The Nimitz class says it cost almost $1 trillion to decommission 10 Nimitz class carriers. And Pee-wee knows I'm a Navy person, so I know this stuff. Each ship costs between $1 and $5 billion to remove
to where
reactors from regular frigates, destroyers, and cruisers. Same goes with subs.
Millions of workers and their families have been hurt by this virus. We all know that. And I think we've all acted together, by and large, responsibly in trying to respond to that. No one will be left out if we have a means and method.
I hope you're calling him a slug face instead of me,
payments,
Sassy.
Enhanced unemployment benefits, incentives to their employers.
Oh yeah, we gave 15% food stamp increase, enhanced benefits, $600 stimulus checks. We don't need to give any more because I'm a slug face.
My hope is that in the coming months, we will get back to, if not the new normal, whatever the next normal will be. Kicking off a new
choke
Congress,
on
and I have no reason
chili
to
dog
believe that
soon
our
if I eat
coronavirus
one.
relief work is finished here today. As a matter of fact, Vice President Biden said he expects to send us an additional request for help once he assumes office. Once the legislation we have passed has a chance to benefit the American people, we'll see if more relief is needed. And then, if it is needed, we should absolutely do more. I still believe in the wisdom of the incremental approach, and I believe our
He does
Democratic
look like a
friends will
slug
join us
face.
responding to true needs of this crisis without month-long delays or irresponsible spending. Countless Texans have told me about the importance of the relief that we provided through direct payments, unemployment benefits, food assistance, and other forms of support by the laws we passed throughout this year. I was proud to support each of these policies, which have eased the financial strains on millions of Texans and other Americans.
Financial
We'll continue
strains
to work
on
with my
millions of
colleagues
Texans.
to provide
But
assistance
that's
as our
okay.
war on
We're providing
COVID-19
assistance. You get food
rages
stamps.
on.
So go fuck yourself.
President, I yield the floor.
President,
The Senator for Ohio.
thank you, Mr. President.
Rob Portman.
Heard a lot of revisionist history this afternoon. Look back in March when Congress did the right thing. The Senate voted unanimously. Because of our efforts, 13 million people.
Guy looks like a porcupine.
Because we did relatively generous unemployment insurance. We did the direct payments. We helped with small business loans.
Let me put it this way. That's Rob Portman.
Thought its work was done.
He stuck his finger in a light socket this morning. His hair is like.
After month after month to come
Is there a
back and
bald
help.
spot on him?
As
Yeah,
I
he's
said,
got a
13
bald
million
spot.
people were kept out of poverty because of the work this Congress did in March of this year. But
Give me,
now,
show my people the money.
since
Come on,
many of
show
these
us the plan.
benefits,
Give us the
especially
plan.
employment
Give us the money.
benefit
Give us the
and
money. The
direct
people need the
payments
money.
were not continued, of course. Those benefits expired in August, and we have seen 8 million people drop into poverty in this country since. And yet,
Wow! And yet,
Senator
there's
McConnell
125 million people
I hear this
literally
revisionist
on
history
6 government
that
programs
Democrats
that are
just wanna
already
help
in
people that are
poverty.
already affluent, give them
Wow,
money.
isn't this fucking
remember, back in
stupid?
March, the only amendment that we considered, the only amendment that Senator McConnell allowed.
Oh yeah,
to the Senate,
exactly.
to the
I
CARES
was just
Act, the
talking
only
to Dad
amendment was
about
to
that
take
the other
away
day,
the
Cobalt.
$600 a week.
He's one of the actual
Unemployment.
programmers in
Only
the
place
country that can
Republicans
still
fought
program
was the $600
Cobalt.
a week unemployment
They
insurance.
offered
That,
him,
more than any single thing
you're
we
going to
did,
laugh at
is
this,
why
Higgins.
people
They
were
offered
kept
him
out of
like
poverty.
$15
Now,
million
the best
a
we could
year
do
to
was
program
$300 a
Cobalt.
week
He
on
says, no
unemployment
thanks.
insurance. The best
Don't
we
want
could
the
do.
job. Sorry to
And
say,
Senator
I'm almost
McConnell,
70 and I'm
in spite of
retired.
Senator Cornyn and others' comments, Senator McConnell waited.
Because Cobalt is what they
Finally, we were
use
able
for
to do it. The President of the
IRS
United
and
States
other
threatened to
computers that are
veto it,
60 years
causing
old.
millions
Grandma,
of Americans
Ginger.
to fall off their unemployment insurance. I mean, we know all that. It's just important to remember all that. But there's one simple question before the Senate this week.
So, anyways, I'm Rob Portman. I smoke too many cigars. That's why my voice is a little deeper.
Government that's on their side. This is our chance to deliver for them, to show people whom we serve that we can make a real difference in their lives, which we did back in March. It's pretty simple. The best way to help Ohio workers and families is put more money in their pockets, not in the bank accounts of the largest corporations and the biggest banks, hoping it will trickle down. We know it never does. The CEOs just pay themselves instead. We know, Mr. President, just recently, more good news for America's CEOs who are able again to do stock buybacks, more dividend distributions. A lot of corporations have made a lot of money. More power to them during this pandemic. But those are the corporations that continue to get the big tax breaks. We need to instead directly invest
and people who make this country work. It helps people pay the bills and stay in their homes and get through this downturn. It injects money into local economies that really need it. The more money people have,
but they don't want to give it
small
because
businesses that are hurting.
they know all the money will go out to Amazon. People will get their money and then they'll go and spend it on Amazon or Wally World or Target, of course, and all that crap.
The bill we passed
They don't want to
last
give
week
these
was a good
corporations
step in that
more
direction,
taxpayer
but we should
money to
make it strong.
buy supplies. They want us
Back
all to
in March,
suffer.
my original plan that I tried to negotiate as I sat with Secretary Mnuchin and a handful of other senators was a $2,000 a week, $2,000 per person, adults and children. We called for them to be sent automatically
The
throughout the year,
UBI.
every quarter, as long as we remain in a public health emergency. It's clear now what we could have done and should have done. No one could predict how long this crisis would last. Today, we still aren't sure when everyone will be vaccinated, when the economy will return to full strength. We don't want to sit idly by. We don't want to wonder how bad it could get. We're the strongest, richest country on earth. We have the resources to do something about it. We just need leadership willing to use every tool we have. If they refuse to support this $2,000 per person, if they refuse to support these direct payments, Leader McConnell and Senate Republicans will again make it perfectly clear for the American people whose side they're on. Every time there's a fork in the road, and Senator McConnell and Senate Republicans have to make a decision, either go with corporate interests or go with working families. Every single time they choose corporate interests. They had no problem pouring money into corporate coffers with their tax cut and blowing up the deficit. I remember, Mr. President, just down the hall here, Senator McConnell's office. I remember lobbyists lining up looking for those tax cuts back 3 years ago, and they got those tax cuts. They didn't say anything about government deficits back then, $1.5 trillion added to the deficit. They didn't mind that because that was money going into their contributors' pockets, into big corporate coffers, into the wealth for the wealthiest people in this country. They were all too happy to let the government shovel loans to the biggest banks and companies. But in the middle of the worst crisis of our lifetimes, faced with a chance to give money directly to ordinary Americans, my colleagues claim we can't afford it. That's just simply a lie. We're the richest country on earth. I remember Bill Spriggs, economist at Howard University, told the Banking and Housing Committee.
Look, Mom,
we didn't
I'm
win
reading
World War II by
fiber.
worrying whether or not we could afford it. We're in a global crisis. We marshaled all our vast resources and talents to rise to meet it. We grew the economy from middle class out. We paid down the debt with raising wages. If we've learned anything from this crisis, it should be that we can do the same again. Americans are tired of being told we can't. It's the only answer that Senator McConnell and Senate Republicans ever have with most people's problems. We can't help you. We can't solve your problem. You're on your own. Let's aim higher. Let's deliver for the people we serve. Let's put $2,000 into their pockets, money that will make such a difference for so many families. It will help.
I think this is my greatest show.
Pay back rent. It will keep a laid off
Greatest show ever
from
today.
turning to a payday lender. It will allow a father to buy a new computer so his kids are better able to learn online. There are millions. These are millions of real people we swore an oath to serve, who would breathe a little easier this New Year's if we pass this. So let's be clear about the decision today and this week before the Senate. Are we going to give the people we serve $2,000? Or are you going to stand in the way? It's that simple. Let's come together. Let's pass this. Let's make a real difference in people's lives.
Come on, I want to see the senators from Washington.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
So I guess they're on hold for a minute. We'll just mute this temporarily until we see what's going on. So I gotta tell you, what an interesting show so far. Oh yeah? They're not even debating. It's like, what, 4:30 almost there, and they're sitting on their bucket? I got the volume low, just in case. Anyway, the main thing is that they're not talking. They're all going over paperwork right now. You know, let's debate now. All right? Motherfuckers are saying that the deficit will balloon if we give anyone money. The deficit. I say we need to balloon the deficit to save the people. See, Pee-wee's right. I don't want to give anyone any money. I mean, think of it. One guy's argument was alcohol and drug use has increased. Yeah, right here. Hold on. We're watching that, by the way. I don't have C-SPAN, so I utilize what I have. I mean, this is my greatest show ever because we're actually listening to these douchebags. I mean, literally. No realistic path. That's what that's what Oscar Grinch said today. No, I'm curious about them. I'm gonna look up them. Hold on, I gotta look for this. Dude, I was looking for this. Ah. Nah. Can't do that one. So is there any others I can look for? So I found a picture. It shows Moscow Grinch. It says the Grinch that stalled Congress. That's what I was thinking about. They're not even talking right now. They turn the volume off so they can whatever. I mean, my opinion is this is the biggest shit show in the world. You want circus? Watch that. I mean, look, it's all a fucking circus. Well, let Bernie do what he wants. I mean, these idiots aren't going up. Better stop eating these crackers because I want to try this coffee I just poured. No one knows how a Nicaraguan blend's going to be. You know, so far Amazon's been making some pretty damn good coffees, though. I like their donut shop blend, though. At least you guys are seeing me eat something more than cheese. They're just standing around discussing things. They're not even talking. I mean, literally. Will they get what they want? Who knows? Talking about my cousin for a minute, right? The young lady turns around and bought herself like one of those super pot cookers the other day for her trailer. I mean, literally. That's why I said my family seems to be better off than most people. Wonder how long it's going to be taking for them to do something else. And it's 4:30. Are they going to all go home and be like, "Oh, great, debate's over. We're going home"? You're not doing anything. You're a mean one, Moscow Grinch. You stole their Christmas and then their New Year's. You're a mean one, Moscow Grinch. Giving $600 is just peanuts while you collect millions on PP loans. You're a mean one, Moscow Grinch. They're not even calling anyone right now. Love to see how this plays out. Yeah, because you know what the real problem is? The real problem is not us, but them. Think of it. You know, I may not like Bernie Sanders, Pee Wee. You may not like, Corin, but they all have one thing in common. That they should be doing an up or down vote. Have you noticed Turtle Boy is no longer there? He just did his speech and left. I bet you there's too many of those people clickbaiting right now, not even basically looking over us because of that, We got two women conversing. Speaker of the Senate sitting there. Three people up on the center part, and a guy on a laptop. Everyone else is gone. So they got a show going, and that's it. People wearing masks and not even talking. They're just like walking around like zombies. If I could run for Senate, I would. I'd basically put them all in their place. Senator Rita, do you vote? Esteemed senator from Washington, do you vote for the $5,000? Yes. I mean, I'm just watching these people going back and forth. That's it. It's like they've had their cake and ate it too. Now we got to basically suffer and figure out what's going to happen. However, I will tell you one thing. Let's debate. It goes like this. You basically sat there, right? And they made the Moscow Grinch look bad. You got the Republicans turning their back on Donald Trump, right? You got Democrats already passing the House. The Senate stonewalling it, and yet every person around the country is going to be reviewing this information, right? And when they do, what happened? I should run for Congress too in 2 years. And what happened? I'll tell you what happened. They're worried about the Georgia runoffs, right? But this just sunk the Republicans. I mean, literally, look at the Republicans. Bernie Sanders, independent, give him more money. Old Chucky boy, give him more money. Portman, give him more money. Horan, nope, don't give him more money. Moscow Grinch, no deal, right? Who gets in trouble here, huh? Georgia. The Georgians go and they get their $600, which will go in less than 24 hours. They're going to go and vote. Vote blue. To get more money. And then Moscow Grinch loses majority seat because he's a dick. Can't do it. You know why I can't do the executive order, Higgins? I'll tell you why. Congress controls the purse string. It's in the Constitution. He can't do an executive order just to give everyone money. He can only take money from other agencies and put it into other agencies. Basically robbing Paul to pay Peter. Or robbing Peter to pay Paul. He's never going to do it. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Slug face.
My friend from the Democrat side and the minority side say the same thing, that this is the most significant bill that we pass every year. It's the NDAA, the National Defense Authorization Act, is one that this will be the 60th year. Is it 60th or 61st year? 60, okay. The 60th year that we've passed this, and it's passed every year. And there are a few moments there where I thought maybe it wasn't going to pass this year. We set a record. Senator Reid and I don't want to set that kind of record. We want to make sure we get this done. The reason this is important is this is the blueprint. This tells us what we're going to be doing with our troops. I could make an argument that it's really we are in the most dangerous situation I think that we've been in before. I've often talked about the good old days when we had the Cold War with the two superpowers. We knew what the Soviet Union had. They knew what we had. Mutual assured destruction meant something at that time. But But now it's different in a lot of respects because you have rogue countries out there who have weapons and have abilities to wipe out nations, and that's why it's so significant. So
Right.
anyway, we
they
suffered
skipped
through
over from funds for
a little bit of a
2000
problem
to the
Obama
NDAA
administration.
now.
During the last 5 years, which would have been from 2010 to 2015, he in his budget, he downgraded the military by 25%. That's the same time that during that time frame that China increased theirs by 83%. So it's a scary world out there, and it's one that, to me, I have no doubt that this is the most important bill that we'll pass all year, because we got our kids they're out there right now. They're in the trenches, and we have to support them. And that's what it's all about.
Funny.
And
We have
do
new
wanna
trench warfare
mention,
since World War II.
how many people were involved in this thing. We're actually starting this right now. We're starting on next year's NDAA. And so this started a year ago. And I mean, the ones working on this, they were working on, you had Liz King and John Bonzel heading up the minority and the majority part of the committee, doing a great job and working every weekend, almost every weekend, and with a very large staff, all specialists in certain areas, and they've got a bill. So I think that I'm very proud of the bill that we have this year. I think that it passed when it had this in the Senate.
Right.
84 to I think it was 84 to 14, I think it was. I think there were a couple of people not here, but that's the largest. That didn't happen very often to pass a bill with those margins, and we did. So this is a long tradition. We got to support our troops there, and they're doing the right thing, and it's been a joy. Personally, for me to be working with Senator Reid, and we together kind of provided the leadership in this thing. We didn't work as hard as the staff did. I have to admit that, but we were there, and I'm very proud of this bill. So right now we have kids that are overseas, and they deserve the pay that was increased. Would be increased when this bill is passed. Right now we have critical areas like pilots, engineers, doctors that are in short supply. And because of the fact that we've had up until the pandemic, we had a good, probably I would argue the best economy we've had in my lifetime. Well, that's good news, of course, but it's bad news in one way, because it's hard to keep the people in those critical fields. The pilots, for example, they have an opportunity to get out and do things that are, there's jobs out there that are paying a lot more. And so we have to have them on the flight hours. And if something happens and they are out, there are a lot of jobs on the outside that are paying more. So we just have to make sure that we keep the resources in the right place to do the right job. And so I think this is I know there's a procedural vote today that's going to bring us this for the next couple of days to pass the defense authorization bill. And it's all about the guys and gals in the field, and we owe it to them. And this is going to be the 60th year, because I anticipate that this is going to be it's going to pass with very large numbers. With that, I'd yield the floor.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Or Rhode Island.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would like to rise and discuss the fiscal year 2020 National Defense Authorization Act. First, I'd like to salute the chairman. He has done an extraordinary job. We have both served on the committee for many years, and this is probably the most challenging year we've had. Many different factors: the pandemic, the virtual hearings, all those things. And This has been particularly challenging, and the chairman at every point stood up to the challenge and led us, and I want to thank him for that. And it was a pleasure working with him. We all recognize that this legislation passed both chambers, the House and Senate, by overwhelming bipartisan majorities. And it's very important legislation. That's why it earned this bipartisan support. It enhances our national security. It strengthens our military readiness and defense capabilities. It protects our forces and
Good point, Higgins.
supports the defense industrial base. Yet, despite all that it does for our troops,
So how many people out there right now, peeps, are doing the clickbait of all these $2,000 videos that's gonna pass?
He could exercise freedom.
Well, hurry up for me and myself for that. Well, rock and pass
Quite
it.
a Christmas for
Moscow great wallet.
and for all of my colleagues who are here today to start the process of responding to that veto. Now, the House already took the first step. It returned on Monday, and once again, by an overwhelming vote, over 300 members of the House, it overrode the president's veto. And now we face the same task in the Senate. And it's my hope we can quickly and resoundingly override the president's veto and provide our troops what they need. And I will echo what the chairman said. You can go through all of the thousands of pages, literally. But what is the most significant aspect of this legislation is keeping faith with the men and women who wear the uniform of the United States. And so if anyone has any thoughts about their vote, just think about those men and women who are all across the world putting their lives at risk while their families share that risk and that sense of danger and sacrifice. That is what I think has motivated the chairman and myself and all of our colleagues, I must say, on the committee and throughout the.
Wow! So they're literally worried more about the MDAs than $2,000 checks.
There are
for the
several
people.
reasons being advanced by the president.
Anyone got anything to discuss?
This bill should be vetoed and the veto should be upheld. One reason is that he claims the bill fails to include critical national security measures. Yet this legislation provides critical tools and authorities for the Department of Homeland Security to perform network hunting in federal networks, tools and authorities to counter the SolarWinds hack, which is possibly the largest intrusion into our system we've ever seen by a foreign country. We do not yet know the extent and the degree of intrusion that we have suffered. In fact, we weren't aware of this intrusion.
Anyone got anything to say? Because this is a bunch of bullshit.
It was discovered by a private company that's one of the most, if not the most, sophisticated cyber intrusion experts in the world, and yet they were penetrated. So we have a serious situation in our hands. And
it's called we're letting dipshits run this country.
Allowing our cybersecurity experts to go into other departments to look at their
Congress is out of session until January 4th, Higgins. This is the U.S. Senate.
So, in fact, this bill has done more, I think, for cyber based on the work of the Solarium Committee, which was chaired by Angus King and
they're actually in this U.S. Senate chamber.
And also aided significantly by my colleague Jim Langevin of Rhode Island. But they put the work together. We took a lot of their work.
But then like bullshit, so there are a bunch of kids fighting in the schoolyard. Yeah, exactly. I agree, Pee-wee. They're basically throwing their damn weight around.
In particular. Then again, the president, his message wrote that one of the reasons is the failure to essentially repeal Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act. But this issue has nothing to do with.
I'm going to see if there's any deals for tomorrow.
It was designed
years
ago to provide legal protections to social media companies so that it could start expanding and growing. And frankly, it's worked beyond, I think, our wildest imaginations, and everyone recognizes it should be reformed.
See what deals we got this week.
Reform requires thoughtful, responsible
Red,
analysis
shrimp,
of the legislation, the effects of the legislation,
steak,
for both
Oh,
sides of the Atlantic
that might be a good idea for tomorrow's dinner.
None of
What do you
that
guys think? I should
was
do
done,
steak?
and none of that can be done
Hmm.
before we conclude this legislative session. So it's more, I think, a personal feud of the president.
What should I do? Prime rib.
Than it is one of careful, deliberate.
Chloe's sleeping, so I can't ask her.
Legislation by the Senate.
I'm
There's
looking
another
for
reason
little smokies is
the
what I'm
president has
really
used, and that
looking
is
for.
We
Can't get
have
enough of those little
established a commission to
sausages.
make recommendations for the renaming and removal of symbols, displays, monuments, and paraphernalia that honor or commemorate Confederates who have served voluntarily with the Confederacy. There is a clear exemption, by the way, for gravestones that we will absolutely respect. But these individuals,
Gravestones?
many of them who are on active service with Army, Navy at the time, decided to consciously
Chloe's going shopping for me tomorrow.
It's that simple. And yet we have bases that are named after them. The president said this is a part of the American heritage and victory and freedom, but again, these are named after men who took up arms against the United States. And in some cases, in most cases, they weren't particularly exemplary generals. There's some exceptions. And they
peanut butter whiskey
in a way that I think was not to honor the service of these individuals, but to advance other forces. So it's time, I think, that this history.
It'll last for about 8 Packers is a little smoky. Love those little smokies.
The senior defense
cream
department
cheese on sale
officials
too
have
this
indicated
week.
they're opening to these changes. There's bipartisan support.
Oh, those grounds are on sale.
It passed the committee, passed the floor, passed the House.
Baby grands on
this legislation. When the president vetoed the bill, he also said it's a gift to China and Russia, and I would strenuously disagree. This is one of the strongest bills yet on countering the threat that China poses to the United States and our partners, including allies such as India, Taiwan, and other countries in the regions. Among the provisions of this legislation is the Pacific Deterrence Initiative. Now, that's a new authority for the Department of Defense, modeled after the European Deterrence Initiative, and authorizes an additional $150 million in funding.
Oh, there's Jim Beam
This
on
was the
sale.
work, and I was proud to collaborate, but the lead was the chairman.
But I don't see cream cheese.
And I was
so.
his co-pilot on that. So this is the first time we really
pricks.
stepped back and said, we have
Yeah, go slam the wall all you want. I'll just fucking report your ass to the manager, you fucking
we have
cunts.
to take a holistic review of strategy, capabilities, equipment, and we have to make this top priority.
Oh yeah, pound
So
on the
rather
wall
than
because you
doing
love
nothing like
fucking
that, I
being
think
a
we've made
Republican
one of the most
douchebag and you're not going to get any
forward
money, you
in
fucking
consciously
dicks.
recognizing the,
That's what they're doing. They're fucking pounding because they're
relationship
fucking
that has developed
cocksucking
between
son
China
of a
and the United
bitches.
States. Now, with regard to Russia and Europe, the conference report enhances our ability to deter Russian aggression, maintains strong support for the Ukraine, and reaffirms our commitments to the transatlantic partnership.
And it's almost 5 o'clock Eastern time, and we're still going to go to the middle of the night because we're all dicks.
Now, President Trump also vetoed this legislation because he wants the ability to remove our military from far away and very, very unappreciated lands, in his words. And particularly this concern about the situation in Afghanistan. First, and I've been into Afghanistan somewhere close to 20 times since the beginning. In fact, I was on the first congressional delegation to go in January after the invasion. So I've tried
been thinking about buying some more cream
there.
cheese to eat
And
too.
one point is that the Afghanis have struggled and fought with us side by side. They have suffered greatly. And I don't think it's right to say they're unappreciative. I think every day they've been suffering casualties, they've been fighting.
Wow, so we're going to pay for Afghani soldiers and stuff and Iraqi soldiers, and you guys get $600 fucking dollars.
Essentially, the provision allows the president to make the decision. In fact, he can waive all the provisions we built in by simply declaring it to the national security of the United States and communicating that to the respective leaders in the House and the Senate. And that's something that's almost pro forma. So the notion that this seriously hampers his ability is misplaced. What it does, though, is signal that we have to be very careful of recognizing all of the equities.
All right, Saji, I love salami.
The fact that there are numerous terrorist.
I love salami. I got some over there.
Counterterrorism presence. The fact that, as
I agree,
before, the government
Higgins.
of Afghanistan, the Afghan people, in many cases, have suffered more than we have in terms of the onslaught of the Taliban and other forces. So again, I don't think that reason measures up to the demands. So, Mr. President, the National Defense Authorization Act has passed for 59 years. We need to ensure that it will pass for 60 years by overriding the president's veto. The House, as I said, has already done that, 322 to 87, 322 to 87. I encourage my colleagues to show similar support to our military personnel.
Oh, yeah. So, military comes first over the people in this country that built this country.
Mr. President, let me elaborate a little bit on something that my Rhode Island said about China. I think it's very, very significant that we realize that this
Pay attention, everyone. Talking about China.
in China that's ever been passed. And that didn't come just from me. That came from the American Enterprise Institute, which has all the credibility in the world to talk about what the serious things that are going on. And they actually said this bill is the most substantial and consequential China-related provisions since in probably history. Now that's significant because all of us remember, I know that Senator Reid and I both spent time in the South China Sea. The 7 islands that they're doing now, right now, China it's illegal, but they have taken over and they've created 7 islands in the South China Sea. When you go down there, it looks as if on those islands they're preparing for World War III, and they have a lot of our allies in that area are very much concerned because they are making a lot more noise than we are, and they're demonstrated very clearly some of the things that they do that we haven't done. Hypersonics is an example. That's kind of the state of the art, the thing that we do.
If I'm president, I will make sure that the Navy is completely up to speed and the Coast Guard. I will get our troops what they need, but I also will make sure that we stay away from China. Let China basically try to do things. We don't need to basically be the instigator.
See the buildups that they have.
I'll make sure that Higgins
until that China
sends B-52s to
kind of an effort.
Iran just to be funny.
City limits there.
What exactly said so? Never mind.
Tanzania and all around the world, and so we made this bill to establish the Pacific Deterrence Initiative. That's a $2.2 billion for a forward posture to put ourselves in the position where we are going to pass with this bill. We'll pass China. And we are shifting the supply chains away from China in semiconductors, printed circuit boards, the pharmaceuticals, stimulating the U.S. economy and protecting weapons and systems and our troops.
No, not going to have Chloe be vice president.
Activities into light.
I got my own ideas for vice president.
We have a new report in this bill.
Cam said he wanted the job. Or we can make Pee Wee vice president.
Industrial base, new list of Chinese companies operating in the United States and making it more difficult for them to do that. It's all in this bill. New report on the fishing fleets that they have out there.
Oh, wow. I don't think a Chloe is my vice president. I don't get any votes. She's psychotically insane, remember?
It's better than anything we've ever done before. And I put this yesterday into the record. All the things that we are doing, just concentrating on the threat that is posed to the United States from the country of China. It's all in this bill. So this is something that we have taken great pride in because we recognize the threat.
Well, if I made a joke and said, jokingly, of course, Chucky's boy can be my vice president, people would freaking look at me like I'm crazy. So I thought I'd throw that out there. I mean, you really think I want to keep Pelosi on a short string? I wouldn't let her be vice president either. Oh, I wouldn't have the turtle do it either.
Huge margins of support in both chambers of the House and the Senate. So we will have a chance to move procedurally toward that and make that a reality before the end of the week. So
now, even Pee Wee knows we don't need Chloe as vice president. Shit, that'd be a bad idea, man. How about someone else as vice president? Like, I don't know. Chucky boy. Well, I know most of them are saying. Even Pee Wee wouldn't vote for me if I had Chloe as vice president sassy. He's trying to kill my run for presidency. Hell, if I decided jokingly, of course, to put Bernie in the mixture, that'd be a bad idea. I'd get no votes. I probably couldn't get Texas either. Guess we gotta wait now, don't we? They're all standing around and debating the whole NDAA thing, Yeah, I agree, Pee Wee. Taking my bed real quick, by the way. That's why I'm away, but we're waiting patiently for news. However, I have a couple jokes to pass along to Pee Wee while I'm doing this. So give me a second. Pee Wee might enjoy these little follies I'm having today. I'm actually in a good mood. I was sleepy and supposed to take a bath, but should have done this a long time ago. What, belch? Yeah. Honey belched? No. I'm trying to get my bed made up. Anyways, what was I talking about? Oh, yeah, okay. It goes like this. Hey, Harry, I might have found you a job. That's very kind of you, Tom. What is it, dog catcher? Have you ever seen Gary Sinise and Truman? Might find you, Tom. What is it, dog catcher? No. She would use the gaming laptop wherever we go, man. I'm wondering what it is. Might find you, Tom. What is it, dog catcher? Well, it works. That's balanced properly. All right. One by one, the blankets go back on. Yeah, but if you gave Chloe a gaming laptop, do you think she would actually do her job? Think about it, sis. Do you really think she would do her job? All right. Enjoy, sis. Take care. Schumer, yeah.
Miss Harris. Miss Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich.
All right, now, see, enjoy your day, sis.
Mr. Heinrich. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kane.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Kelly.
See how it works.
Mr. Kennedy.
You got Murray and Cantwell.
Mr. King.
Brad, your guys know they need to stay, correct? Brad.
Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Lankford. Mr. Leahy. Mr. Lee. Mrs. Leffler. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. Mr. McConnell. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Moran. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy.
Wow.
Mrs. Murray.
Yeah, Patty Murray. There we go. Washingtonian. Woo.
Mr. Perdue.
Those dudes gonna be freaking kicked down the corner. They don't give
Mr.
stimulus.
Peters. Mr. Portman.
Mr. Portman.
Mr. Reed. Mr. Risch. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Romney.
Well, now they're going to do the vote,
Ms.
I guess,
Rosen.
for the NDAA. And then we're going to see some tweets soon about the president
Mr. Round.
going to veto it again, I bet, due to the fact that he's unhappy about the number 230 to dissolve it because
Mr. Rubio.
no one's voting for him.
Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sass. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Shelby. Ms. Cinema. Ms. Smith.
Ugh.
Ms. Stabenow.
Wow. Good coffee, though. What do we got here?
Mr. Sullivan.
They're saying it because they're doing a roll call, SAS, which means they're going to vote on the NDAA, the National Defense Authorization Act, but they're not going to give in to $2,000 stimulus. So they're going to vote to repeal Donald Trump's veto right now by voting.
Mr. Chillis.
There's Tammy Duckworth. He's in a wheelchair.
Mr. Toomey.
Megan, Senator Young wants to.
We're going to do a roll call.
Mr. Udall.
Mr. Higgins, here. Ginger, here. Sassy, here. Chloe, sleeping. Rita, here.
Mr. Van Hollen.
They're already on the V's, so that means W, X, Y, and Z.
Mr. Warner.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Warren. Mr. Whitehouse.
Hey, I didn't know Dad was in the Senate. I'm going to have to tell him that.
Mr. Wyden.
Oh, I want to see this guy. Where's he from? Sheldon Whitehouse. Rhode Island. All right, so he's from Rhode Island. I keep eating these damn crackers. At least it's food, but still gotta get my bed finished up. Great.
Incoming call from 360-362-9161.
Come on, you son of a bitch.
Incoming call from 360.
Hold on, I gotta mute this.
9161.
The things I gotta fucking do, I tell you, peeps. I gotta take a dump soon again, too. So, they're all in the Senate. They're getting ready to vote. They haven't voted yet. So the lady that played Marianne on Gilligan's Island passed away. Big news. Anyways, they're waiting for the vote for the NDAA Act again. The other problem is, I apologize for muting, that was the DCR. And asking about me. Excuse me, so ask me about my safety plan. I've been meaning to call up that one place, but I tried to tell the guy about my situation, and he was more interested in other things. HR 105, did you fix your toilet? No, I haven't. Guys, converse amongst yourself. I gotta use the bathroom real quick. Still trying to finish up my bed. And then afterwards, I'd like to, see where we go. I gotta take a bath eventually. All right, so I just gotta make sure. And the toilet is clean. Yep, Ginger. Don Wells passed away of coronavirus 19. Sorry about this, huh? Are they voting yet? Nope, not doing anything. The thing, water is a necessity to sustain life like food. So shouldn't I be able to pay my water bill with food stamps? No. They considered food stamps food, not water. Yeah, I know. I'm telling you that just a minute ago. Here, let me show you, Grandma. Let me show you. Look. Right here. See? See, look. Don Wells, Wholesome Castle in Gilligan's Island, dies at 82 of coronavirus. Yes, Grandma Ginger, that's what I'm trying to tell you. The 82-year-old passed away of coronavirus. Died on a Kansas farm. Oh. And Woodlawn, died at an assisted living facility in Woodlawn Hills, California. Yes, COVID related. That's what it says right there. Don Wells, Wholesome Castle in Gilligan's Island, dies of COVID-19 at 82. Rest in peace, Don. You're going to be missed. It's little news bits that really interest me, because I saw it on my, I was going to look and see if it's available on Hulu or Netflix, because I have Hulu and Netflix. Let me see. Because I've always thought about sitting back and watching Gilligan's Island again. I always thought, what I thought? I got to season 7 of Little House. They're going to reboot that. Let's see. Oh, so apparently Gilligan's Island's not on Hulu. What about Netflix? All right, let me see here. So we want to go. There we go. Apparently, even our beloved Netflix doesn't have it. We'll check Amazon real quick. Because that just leaves Amazon, Showtime, Stars, and HBO. And sometimes HBO. And by the way, Stars has some really interesting TV shows if you look for it. Like Different Strokes, I think it is. What you talk about, Willis? All right, so. So it says here the complete first season. Nope, can't buy it. They don't tell me where to buy it. You know what? I'm gonna look that up real quick because it should be telling me. No. There you go. What streaming service has Gilligan's Island? Voodoo, Amazon Video. Yeah, but I don't want to pay for it. I'm already paying for it. So Netflix, the Roku. I guess they're not gonna let us have that. Some people are just greedy as hell, I tell you, when it comes to this. Oh. Mama's Family? I don't know. I know I have Stars. So anyways, you guys were wondering why I muted earlier. The DCR called me. Want to talk to Chloe and to give Chloe a resource. I'm like, look, Chloe's sleeping till 6. Oh, well, can you wake her? No, not unless you want me to fucking be mauled by a grizzly bear. Oh, is she that bad? I'm like, yes. So he was like, I don't know how to put it, but I'm watching something on Hulu, a couple shows on Hulu right now that's pretty cool. So, Hulu, Netflix, I always have it. So Dad the other day I wanted to get some stuff too, but do they vote in a ballot box or do they vote? I mean, there's 100 senators and you got the guy in the high back chair and then you got those ones. Which ones are which? Seems they're all wearing masks now. Except for that guy there. Slugface. No, okay, there's Grinch Boy. He's wearing a mask. Seems Slug Boy is not doing it. So Slug Boy, it seems, is the only one, or Slugface is the only one that looks like not wearing a mask from what I could see. Everyone else is running around with masks, but Slug Boy, he's just sitting there chatting up some women, and not wearing. Oh yeah, he's got one. So Slugface has got a mask too. Didn't see that. However, that one guy right there, Rand Paul's not wearing a mask. You can tell him because Rand Paul's got that fucking Kentucky sausage nose sitting out there. He's the only one that looks like he's got no mask. Yeah, it's a good idea. He's talking to everyone and he's got a mask. Let me guess, because he already had it once, he thinks he's safe. Slug boy. So you ordered, what, for pickup or delivery? Me, I can't get groceries delivered. I have to go pick up. I'm trying to tell Chloe to do it. But I'll tell you, I had whiskey the other day, and I'm telling you, oi, last night didn't do too well for me. I think I need to slow down on the whiskey, that just really drove me, cool. Yeah, the whiskey didn't do too well for me, I was like, oh yeah, and I forgot to finish my bed, you see, talking to you guys, and, well, I have Amazon that can do it, but my food stamps, I don't tap into food stamps unless I have to. And right now they're saying no one in this state's supposed to get extended food stamps, so they recalibrate things yet again. And the governor just says all the extension of moratorium's done March 31st. And he turned around and said no restaurants can be open for indoor dining until like the 15th of January. Yeah, well, with me, I got my Amazon list. I just got to order a few items, a few toiletries. Thought about grabbing me some raviolis, Sometimes I feel like, just ordering canned raviolis. Hey, Ginger, I got one for you. Hold on a sec. I got one for you. Okay, I'm ready for it. Talking about food, right? Higgins is talking about eating expired boiled eggs. Well, how about this for food? Tweak. What do you say? This might make a good little roast, huh? Yep, you don't eat him. Yes, my PJs are ripped, okay, Sassy? The reason for it is, as Chloe would say, my cousin Dinky did a shitty job on the seams. Look at that. That's what it is. The seams have ripped because apparently she didn't do a good seam job. Hi. Yeah, I wouldn't eat him either. I always joke about it, but he's not food. He's my friend. Hi. He's my baby. Hey, fat boy. What's up, huh? Little fat slubbo? A little fat schlubby. Look at him. He's just sitting there. Hi. The other day, I was in a school course, and the teacher didn't know I had a rabbit. It was on my shoulder. Then he said, oh, I thought it was a skunk. I love him dearly. Hi. Look at his little teeth. Oh, yeah. You're a good boy. You got your carrots. Did you get your carrot today, huh? Can only give you one little carrot a day, so. Well, besides this armpit, this one's starting to go. And then this area here, the seams are going here and here. Literally, you can see where the strings are. Told my cousin, she made this for me, right? So she turns around, she says, $100, I'll make you 3 pairs. So I took her pictures last night. I said, look what Chloe found. She said, did Chloe do that? I said, Chloe's never gotten the jammies except for if I'm in the tub. Otherwise, I put these back on. Well, that's the way it was, Mommy, what did Chloe say she wanted for dinner? I think she said she wanted beans, but I don't know. She never told me, actually. Let me find this small carrot, Ebs. I don't want to eat a big one right now. That's all I've been eating. Oh, here we go. Maybe we can find a small carrot for you. Here we go. This should be good. I can cut this up in little sections. I want to make sure you get your carrots. So what we do is we Hansen. He knows what he's getting. My motto: don't waste care. Remind me. Yeah, they ripped. So I got mailed back Monday with Moppy's outfit and let her reseam them if she could save it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, Furball's on some food. Yeah, it's medicine time too, everyone. I still got to get the bed finished. They're trying to vote on something. I don't know if they're voting on the thing. It's almost 6 o'clock there, and they're still duking it out. They called a roll call, Higgins. You know what that is, right? They're going to vote on the NDAA that Trump vetoed. You take my med. You guys have been great today, you know that? So they're all going to vote on the NDAA Act, all right? And when that's done, they're going to sit around and debate useless crap about coffee. You like more than coffee like this. I, on the other hand, am still learning about the different flavor profiles of Java. Yeah, I like some food too. So I took my medicine. I'll get the bed finished. go. New bed. I just put my comforter on. White chili recipe? Yeah, you can Google one. Just put white northern bean chili, great northern bean chili. That's all you need. Come on, look at this. They're not even talking. Anyways, I gotta check on Chloe to see what time she wants up. And let her know that DCR called. So I'll tell you what happened. Okay, I know Grandma Me is an ally, so I'll tell you what happened. So this DCR guy calls, right? Story time. So that's why I had it muted. My phone didn't pick up on it, right? Hold on.
For military activities of the Department of Defense and so forth, and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators
I
as
consent
follows.
to read the names be waived.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it adjourn until 12 noon, Thursday, December 31st. Further, that following the prayer and pledge, the morning hour be deemed expired. The journal of proceedings be approved to date. Morning business be closed, and the time for the two leaders be reserved their use later in the day. Finally, following leader remarks, the Senate resumed consideration of the veto message on H.R. 6395.
Is there objection? Without objection.
So with no further business come before the Senate, I stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until noon tomorrow.
Oh, isn't that fucking cheap wattish? They basically turn around and he basically says, we'll adjourn and vote tomorrow on the NDAA Act. So they're going to vote tomorrow at noon Eastern Standard Time. In the meantime, we don't get anywhere. Yeah. Bunch of baloney is right. Bunch of shit. He doesn't want to fucking pass anything, so he does this. So, anyways, I better tell you the story, okay? Eventually, I will have to take a break. 116th Congress, second session. The Senate stands adjourned until December 31st, 12 o'clock noon. So, there you have it. So, shall I continue with what we're going to talk about now? So, the DCR guy calls, right? And he asks for Chloe, and that's Chloe sleeping until at least 6, you know? She went to bed at like 8. Well, why's she going to bed at 8? How the fuck do I know, sir? Yeah, I'm sorry, Grandma. I don't mean to be rude to the guy, right? So, he tells me who he is. I said, yes, I know. I talked to my advocate who talked to you. What? Your advocate hasn't? My friend, they said, my advocate contacted you. And then he says, oh, well, we do have some options, okay? But I need to talk to you, and then I need to talk to Chloe. So my options are simple. Restraining order, you jackass. He turned around, and he's like on the phone like, would you really do that to your friend? If you don't fucking do your damn fucking job, I will. And I won't hesitate. And he's like, wouldn't that be cold during COVID-19? I said, I don't give a shit. I'm done being abused. You guys have had 4 years to deal with it, and you want to blame me for my abuse. Because I didn't get her the set treatment ahead of time. Well, we'll talk Monday morning about it. Will Chloe be in? No, Chloe's going fucking grocery shopping, you snatch head. Well, what do you mean? She's going grocery shopping, you punk. Well, can't she get the groceries on the island? No, sir, you motherfucker. She got a no trespass order for 5 businesses because the owner of the grocery store put fire. She told the management company to fuck off. I was cold hearted to the bastard. He's like, we'll see about working with that too. I said, really? So you want to let her abuse me because you don't want to fucking deal with someone? I said, I've had the Secret Service on my door, shit fuck. And you're telling me there's nothing I can do? You just want to pawn it back on me? Why not I pawn it on to you and let you deal with her when she's fucking homeless? Well, we'll talk about it Monday. Really? In the meantime, if she has a psychotic episode, I'm supposed to call right away. The $600 has already been signed, Sass. It comes when it comes into bank accounts. It's like the 1200. Sam Michelson. So, does anyone want Grandma? Oh yeah, and I told the fucker I would. He said, "Would you really want to do that for someone you care for?" I said, her mom doesn't want to deal with her fucking temper. Her mom wants her to pin it on me. $600 or $500 Amazon gift card. Here you go. You can have gift card. Bye bye. Yeah, you can have the gift card. Woot woot. When I turned it back in her face, she sent 600 to Chloe and took her 500 because I refused it. He's like, well, that's being kind of hard. And I, by the way, and then he's like, I think you're being hard. Right, hard my ass. The guy just doesn't want to fucking deal with it. Paper pusher desk workers. Senate adjourned. Yes, I know, Sam Michelson. Oh, I know. That's the fucking problem. Even my advocate turned around. I'd have to call my advocate's office eventually, but my advocate said, "Oh, he's a great guy. He feels sorry for you. He'll work with you." And then he turns around today and says, "Well, we could talk privately about your issues, but when it comes to Chloe," I said, "Listen here, you motherfucker. You got 2 choices. You get Chloe help now, or I fucking serve a restraining order her next week and not give 2 shits. Would you really do that to her?" I said, "Yes." I said, "She cheats, she lies, she steals, she's fucking lazy. What do you, why is she lazy?" Because then I told, "Oh, well, you shouldn't use the computer then. Just save the mental capacity. You either get rid of it or you give it to her." I'm like, "Listen here, you fuck twat. If you're going to tell me that I got to do this, then you're not fucking listening." He's like, "Well, we could basically file. You can file, and then we can go to court, and we can have you removed from the house because she's more entitled because she has nowhere to go." Oh, really? This is my fucking house. I'm the primary holder. She fucking raises her voice, and what do you do about it? Nothing. Literally, this fucking fuck twat turned around and was like, literally, like, "And my advocate, Grandma, was like, oh, he's great. He understands you. He understands what you're going through." This motherfucker didn't even want to realize that he talked to my advocate last week. He's like, "Oh, yeah." I'm like, "So you have 2 options. You get her help or get a restraining order. Those are your options. What's it going to be?" "Well, I need to talk to you on Monday, and then so delay it till after Monday, and then afterwards we can work for." I said, "Look, unless you are going to fucking put fuck twat in a fucking mental hospital, you shit, I'm going to fucking basically mental hospital or group home. I'm going to fucking, I'm filing anyways because I'm not taking the abuse." I said, "She doesn't cook, she doesn't clean, she fucking combats." I said, "I got allies on YouTube that will back me up because of her attitude." "Well, I said, I got IBS right now because I can't fucking eat much. So I've been fucking shitting diarrhea." What the hell? Oh. So my advocate turns around, right? She watched that movie I told you about, Dangerous Sons. Have you watched it yet, Ginger? So my advocate turns around, watches the video, has everyone in the office watch it. I come in, I said, hey, did you watch that video? And she says, oh my God, that is fucking, I mean, literally, she was like, that. The second kid is Bill. I said, that's Chloe. Spot on. Oh my God. And you got to deal with it. And I told her outright. I said, you know what bothers me the most? She says, what? And she looked in my eyes and I said, when these fucking assholes basically keep pinning the blame on me or passing the fucking buck to me, it upsets me. You got a mental health crisis going on. She could fucking destroy herself or destroy someone else. And then they just want to sit there and say, oh, she's too violent. We don't want to deal with her. Oh, well. The guy basically turned around and he doesn't care. The thing is he said, unless Chloe's going to destroy or hurt herself within 1 to 6 hours, then he can turn around and do a involuntary commitment investigation. Otherwise, if she destroys property, that's an invol commitment. She destroys my property, that's an invol commitment. If she's threatening the lives of others and she's getting ready to do it, literally actually having weapons and going to do it, then that's an invol act. Otherwise, it's all fucking hearsay or, whatever. The guy said that it's not against the law to have mental illnesses. Basically, what they're saying is, here, you deal with her. What are you talking about, Sassy? We're talking about an advocate who's trying to protect me. And Chloe with a mental health advocate that doesn't want to do jack shit. What are you talking about, brother? Grandma, do you understand what he's talking about? No. What are you talking about? Let's see. She pays rent. She's on a lease, so there's everything that she can do. She's being stoppable force, which I think is kind of crazy. Well, that doesn't make sense, Sassy. She pays rent. Yeah, she pays rent. She doesn't pay her electricity. My connection's unstable. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Okay, good. It's back. Let's see. He has no say in how you file. Lazy Chloe being stoppable force. Yes, I already have documents. I have documents at the advocate's office. Hey, Mike. Lazy Chloe being the stoppable force. Chloe mom knows there's nothing you can do about it with Chloe. It's sad and disrespectful. Well, what are you talking about? You see, you're confused. No one knows who you're for against. I'm talking about what the advocate said on the phone while I had to mute. I mean, literally, the guy was a complete jackass. I mean, literally, that's what we were talking about. Tactical Mike, you're probably here wondering where your money is. Your money is whenever you get your bank deposit. It's supposed to be going in last night or early this morning and continuing to the 15th. Oh, fuck. Hey, Mop, what's up? Come here, Shaggy Dog. You're loved. You're next on the list to cuddle today. Oh, yeah. Come here. Yeah, cute face that says, do not use me as a mop. Even though my name is Mop, I am not a mop. Come here. Oh, I know what you want. You want Aunt Hannah's Snackos, don't you? Oh, come here. Oh, I hear that, wimp. That's your wimpy. I'll gladly pay you on Tuesday for a treater today. Oh, what is it, huh? What is it, huh? What is it, big boy? There we go. Come on. I'll give you a couple treats. Lamb and venison recipe. I document everything, Grandma. That's the point. I take pictures, too. When they leave food on the table, bugs are all over. Here you go. 3 pieces today. In our state, you can just go down and get one. Thing is everything I've documented for almost 4 years is considered domestic violence, Grandma. Literally. She's always egging on, I'm not trying to talk negative about Chloe. I'm just saying she's always. You got enough, fat boy. You know what? I'll give you one more. Okay, one more. Just because you're cute. And Aunt Hannah would have given you the back. Well, actually, I'll give you 2 more. These 2 ones. This one and this one. That's all you get. I mean, literally, you've seen what she was doing. She was trying to egg me on yesterday. And the other thing is I keep making documentation on YouTube as well. I mean, look. I mean, honestly, Grandma, she made a video the other day that basically the courts wanted to suck up. My advocate found out that Chloe made a video that basically says that she abuses me. She admits it. And then she's, and she wants to leave next month. But coronavirus is keeping her here. But this advocate, and I'm talking about the advocate in general. We're not going to talk about Chloe's mental stability, okay? Let's just talk about it in a context. This mental health designated crisis responder, DCR, or DMHP, designated mental health professional, is a psychologist, right? He's like, oh, I can help you out. We can work with you to keep Chloe there. Really? If a fucking psychologist and a psychiatrist and 20 minute, my point is this. In 20 mental hospitals, Grammy Ginger, little Grammy Gingy, turns around and tells me that there's a way around a restraining order when I'm being abused, and then the guy doesn't even want to acknowledge he talked to my abuse advocate, the domestic violence advocate, all because he's like, and then he's going on and on. I'm like, look, 20 mental hospitals wouldn't help. She threw away the meds. What do you think you can help her? Let's just fucking throw her ass on the street and let it go. Once you put a restraining order, she can't contact me. She can't abuse me. She's got to go to court and explain herself to the judge. I mean, literally, the only way she can get actual court help is if they court order her. If she's on the streets, where is she going to go? Back to Pennsylvania to be homeless? I mean, literally, I'm not trying to basically do this. I told the guy that's only one option. Second one is he deals with and fucking finds your resources. He says, oh, I'll call you next week, Rita, with resources to help you with your problem if we can find something. Really? So the guy wants to tell me I'm the abusive one. And yeah, Chloe goes ahead, basically, and then he says, oh, severe mental illness. You shouldn't be putting someone in with severe mental illness like Chloe, who's threatening to firebomb a building or threaten lives, to be locked up in a group home because they need it. She should be in her own place or with someone. Really? You don't see me fucking making threats, and yet you want to tell me that there's nothing wrong. Well, she wouldn't hurt a fly. Maybe not, but how do you get rid of the aggression? I mean, this guy didn't have any answers. He said, oh, I'll call you. And I'm like, look, jackass, my fucking advocate is out till Monday, so I got to call her after you. I mean, literally, didn't want to help. He just want to fucking push the buck on me. Do I look like fucking President Truman with the sign that was gifted to him from Texas that says the buck stops here? I mean, literally. The lease was renewed last month. The manager forced it. Do you understand that? That means I'm stuck here for another year. The only way to keep my apartment is put a restraining order against her. Do you even understand? Ugh. Sometimes I wonder things. How much meth have I done? None, you fucking assholes. I'm getting irritated. I got to get my bath set up soon. And then I got to make dinner after my bath. And then I got to defrost a prime rib, I think, for tomorrow. The manager had us sign a new signed contract lease in November, which took effect in December. So we found that out when we had to pay the new price on the lease, which means we're locked in for 12 months because she's in California. So the lease is locked in because she knows the what do you call it? The moratorium can't touch anyone anyways unless it's illegal activity. So what are you doing? I was shaking my tail. Yeah. I gotta order some mouses. So basically, the thing is, her mom doesn't want to believe anything. That's the thing. Her mom doesn't want to believe anything. I emailed her and I said, look, you have two choices. You take your child back or your child ends up homeless. She sends me a gift card. I sent it back and said, no, if you're spending this much money for a fucking gift card for me as hush money, then you could have spent that plus baggage one way to get her home. Mom went to Florida after Christmas. Chloe, of course, is depressed. New laptop sitting on my thing. But my thing is I was pissed off at the advocate. I mean, he literally told me just to give her my computer. Really? So I'm supposed to reward someone who doesn't do jack shit. Well, she's got severe mental problems. Told the guy, if ever I meet him, he's getting my boot up his ass. And I would do it French Foreign Legion style. Put a point in there. I'm not a violent person, but I'd gladly crack my boot up his ass just because he wants to fucking think that mentally ill is getting more entitled. I think the entitled one is that fuckhead who has to tell me outright. I mean, literally, once it's done, it's done. That's the point. I want peace and quiet. I don't want to be fucking panicking every time and almost worried about death. He doesn't care. He's like, well, the options is send it to your family and pay shipping, or B, sell it, or C, give it to Chloe. Or D, I can put a boot up your ass. I like D better than A, B, and C. And I'm not a violent person, but that motherfucker needs to shut his chili hole. Pass the buck on to me again. Literally, what is it with these fucking mental people? Are they all fucking retarded? Ooh, we're retarded, but we got a degree in psychology. No, I'm not showing you my teeth because my teeth are completely stained and yellow from tobacco juice. My advocate's got me, my advocate and I have backup plans if I do that. I can stay in that condo for a couple nights. Might cost me an arm and a leg, but it'd be well worth saving my butt while she's, The thing is that's the only option I have. I told the guy, it's either he gets her help or I serve an order. And that's the only option. My advocate, you know what my advocate's doing? This is my advocate, okay? Ginger, she's like, well, I'm not hinting at you doing it, but you are literally being abused, and you're being abused by Chloe. You're being abused by the mental health professions. You're being abused by her mom. You're being abused by her family. They're pinning all the responsibility on you. You're basically dying slowly of heart disease, and they're pinning it on you. She says, I can't tell you to put an order against her. I can only recommend and be there for you. But she says, otherwise, Chloe's just going to go in circles and do the same shit. Plain and simple. That's how she said it the other day. Chloe will go in circles. Me, I want peace. And I said, look, I've tried everything. We've tried everything. She's got Medicare. They don't take it. This guy's like, oh, we can get it. It's like he really wants to talk to Chloe and cut me out. That's the other fucking problem, My advocate said, if you have any problems, let me. I told him, what's he do? Oh, well, you should give Chloe your computer. She doesn't want it. Sell it and give her the money. Or, it's like, dude, the motherfucker spent $450 in clothes this month. I had to bail her out by buying all her family's Christmas presents. And you're telling me just to take it in the ass, sir? Well, mental health is, they have a lot of rights. No, they don't. Not with abusing someone. I'm vulnerable. I'm literally taking the burden, cooking, cleaning, and everything. Has anyone ever seen Chloe after she eats? Literally be like, Oh, thanks for the food? Very rarely. And then when she does, she goes to her room afterwards. She doesn't say, oh, let me get the dishes. Instead, I'm always like, I'll take care of the dishes because you ask her to even take the garbage out, she fucking snaps. I told the guy this. He's like, well, she's severely mentally ill. Oh, so what are you going to do? Get her a fucking Medicaid and give her $900 or more for maid service? Let the maid do everything? Kick me out? Well, I said, if you try kicking me out of my house, sir, I will be lawsuiting you with the fucking ACLU and I'll have you debarred from the fucking mental institution and losing your fucking license. I'm not going to be tolerating this shit anymore. I mean, literally, we'll call Monday, but when can I talk to Chloe? When Chloe has the time to wake up, you fuckhead. I'm not going to fucking answer or go wake her up. She's a grizzly bear. Literally. People like him give me a fucking headache. Literally, they just want to pass the buck on to someone else. Police turned around the other day and said if they had to come out again for Chloe's mental illness, they'd be arresting me. My advocate did not like that. Again, it's like, we'll protect them, Chloe, but fucking, I told fucking the advocate I'm about to just serve her the notice. Who gives a shit anymore? I don't want to fucking be held, oh, you're going to go to jail if we come out again. And I'm getting tired of people being like, No. Literally. And guess who gets to go to jail? They said, me. Literally, they don't want to deal with Chloe the crackpot. They want to deal with me. They want to arrest me. I mean, I'm getting to the point where I don't like the fucking mental health system. I think it's broken. I asked the DD program a while ago to get Chloe enrolled, right? You know what happened? I'll tell you what happened. The developmentally disabled, she claims she's autistic. He turned around and said, we got the doctor's records. He was fighting us tooth and nail because he only had like memory. Didn't say anything about autism or Asperger's, right? The original files are so old he destroyed it. He only kept a synopsis of the case, because he could destroy the files after 7 years. They're like, we can't do anything. Otherwise, we'd enroll her in a group home, enroll her, protect her, put her on all these programs. They couldn't do it. And her mom claims she's autistic, and yet she is. The diagnosis is dead. No one can get a hold of it. Yet, they claim she's bipolar, borderline, narcissistic. You heard her all about her family and everything else yesterday, and I got to deal with that in a day. As soon as I got off my YouTube vid last night, I got everything prepared, and Chloe's going. I finally sat there, Grandma, and I was like, yeah, okay, that's cool. So, anyways, and then, yeah, okay, that's great. I'll show you what I'm doing. I think you'll be laughing at this. Good old Washington. Good old Quince. Not the only one we have. I thought we had more. Oh, well. Anyways, here it is. I'll just rinse this out. So I was filling this up. Every time she was squabbling, I was like opening the bottle. And then I was like, yeah, that's cool. And he's like, I'm going to my room. I'm like, slowly the bottle got empty and she left me all night long. Got up this morning, what she was doing. I mean, literally, she's got stuff blocking her heater, right? This is how bad it is. She's got stuff blocking the baseboard, right? I turned around and I said that it's a fire hazard. Oh, well, it won't catch fire. What the fuck? Says error, try again. Fine. So apparently I can't, apparently comments can't be, I need to message someone. Can I? So apparently I'm having, is anyone else having error problems with YouTube? Because if you are, there's nothing I can do. I can't show and I can't do whatever. I'm going to check my phone real quick. Anyone having any problems on the comments? Because currently I can't get comments approved. Yeah, error problems. Yeah, it's telling me I can't, it says held for review. Whoops. Oh, well, let me fix that again. I'll have to unfix it, but I did that by mistake. Hold on a sec. I did that by mistake. The reason for it is I had a bad thought, and that was the only thing I could do to hide the comment. Because no one wants to see someone talking about penises, right? I mean, literally talking about it sounds like that Ron guy is Cam would be here, or what's his name? Joe Gill. Seems like it's Joe Gill, settings. Let me fix this. Yeah, I removed him by mistake, Let me see. Give me a second. Yeah, it reminds me of Joe Gill. That's why I said it talking a couple months ago. If he was watching, then, I'm gonna have to find it. Reminds me of Joe Gill, but still. Here we go. Yeah, I did that by mistake. Anyways, I did that by mistake, by the way. I removed him by mistake due to the fact that the comment was errored. So it's my fault. Anyways, it's my fault. Yeah, I was having an error problem. So, what happened was, Joe Gill was a guy who basically said he was in love with a black guy and he loved sex and he was talking about it on my channel. And then one day he said his black guy boyfriend got murdered by the police in his house. Then the next day after he basically said this, me and the mods were on StreamYards, and then all of a sudden the next day he's like talking about a little Asian guy. Well, I sent him a thing about a transgendered person. Said, here, if you like freaking men, you might like this one who's still got their wiener, but they're a woman. Well, Joe Gill flipped and said, look, I like girls. All genetic girls. And then he basically went on and told Cam and myself and Sassy that he was joking about the black guy being killed. So when Ron Landry posted the question about, said a couple months ago, she was talking about it. She never answered the answer of how long the black guy's wiener was. She just said that was a personal question that she wasn't going to answer to Joe Gill. So when Landry said that, I hit hide user on channel by mistake. Yeah, well, the thing is, Higgins, is I remember when someone asked me about Chloe's story several months ago about the black penis. That's when I get red flags that we might be dealing with another Joe Gill. Remember, I've had the band Filipino Women. Joe Gill was playing Filipino women. Joe Gill was doing this. Joe Gill was doing that. Now we got, different people. Oh, yeah, he's called out as a liar, brother, remember? And look what happens. That fucker turns around, and then all of a sudden, Ron asked about that whole penis thing again. It's like no one gives a shit about Chloe's sexual fetish or being backdoored with a black guy. No one cares about her sexual preference. I mean, hell, her mom thinks she's a closeted gay man who wants a sex change. Which, by the way, Sassy, brings me back to your comments. What the hell are you talking about, brother? Just to be on the same page here, we always agree, you know. So what are you talking about with Chloe? I mean, look, only way to get Chloe out is, you know, is a restraining order. And what we're talking about nicely was the fact that the mental health profession, the guy that does the involuntary commitment, thinks that the buck should stop with someone else. So that's the thing. But if you've been lurking for so long, Ron, you need to explain yourself, because Sassy was there with Joe. So when someone comes on the radar and talks about Black Penis and Chloe, it basically rings a bell with a question mark. Is this Joe Gill we're dealing with? And that is why I brought up Joe Gill, you know. My point is to Grandma and to you know, Grandma Ginger and Sass is, Sass, you know as well as I do, I gotta basically do a restraining order. That's the only way. I'm not gonna take the abuse anymore. Literally. I mean, the guy thinks that, you know, that medications will work. Yeah, but I told him, what if you put medications on her and she basically is a zombie? Then what? Am I supposed to just sit here and, you know, I mean, let her sit there and be like, I mean, literally, well, she won't be violent then. Yeah, but she won't do anything. It's still stuck with me feeding and clothing her. What do I tell her? You want gruel today, Chloe? Yeah, well, a year will go by, but my point is restraining order can protect everything anyways. That's what my advocate's telling me, but my advocate's also telling me that the restraining order is the last line of defense. The problem is she's worried because look what Chloe's done. Threatening to firebomb the advocate's fucking office. Threatening to firebomb the grocery stores and everything else. Threatening to thrash the management and burn down their houses because they gave her a no trespass order. All because of her actions. And yet, Chloe is loose cannon. The other day, I was talking to someone who said, "Hey, did you hear that story?" And I said, "What story?" She says, "Oh, Chloe was missed the ferry, so she walked by the grocery store. The one that kicked her out, and at the top of her lungs, called both managers white trash." Motherfucking white trash pieces of shit. And I said, "You gotta be kidding again." She says she's done it once. Yeah, in front of me, this time without me. The lady's just sat there worried, literally taking time bomb that walks by a grocery store because she missed her ferry. So guess what? She blew her freaking stack. I'm like, well, you know, that's life. You know, that's life, Jim, but not as we know it, not as we know it, not as we know it. It's life, Jim, but not as we know it, not as we know it, Captain. Oh, there's Klingons off the starboard bow, starboard bow, starboard bow. There's Klingons off the starboard bow. Scrape them off, Jim. Star trucking across the universe on the Starship Enterprise under Captain Kirk. She supports Antifa. And you know what the problem is, Sass? No one cares. She can make threats against Trump, and they basically, and you report it, and they say, oh, she's just an insane crackpot. She goes and calls the Secret Service on my own family, because my family and I talked about that. Same fucking thing. Nothing. Oh, she's insane. Neighbor pisses her off. She calls CPS, APS, and the Capitol Police. Nothing happens. They say, oh, Chloe's insane. Chloe gets irritated. Neighbor pounds on the walls. Chloe does. Oh, the neighbor's calling. Next, you know, the police are over there telling them to quit it. Meanwhile, Chloe's fucking, you know, fucking literally being the aggressor. You know, it's like the other night. I was basically asking her something and she wouldn't stop, you know, but, you know, this guy basically told me that it should be my job to cook, clean, and do everything for fucking Chloe. I said, oh, so Chloe needs her ass wiped? I'm supposed to do that? Yes, you are. I mean, the mental health system's broken is what I'm saying. I mean, literally, the guy didn't even care. He said, if you end up dead, we can basically do what we can to help Chloe. Oh, so I got to end up dead first at Chloe's hands. Literally. I mean, literally. What if she fucking murders 2 people, murders the management company, grocery store, or fire bombs and kills everyone at the advocacy group? Then what, huh? Then what? They were warned 8 months ago, but yeah, Chloe won't do that. So, this guy was just being a complete douche. Plain and simple, I tell you. Oh yeah, she is. You know what she calls Hispanic people, Sass? I know you're part Hispanic. She calls them like Bush's beans. She also uses the terms for she calls people like other things like Dagos and Wops and Spics. She'll use those terms. She'll even call black people inners. I mean, literally, that's her vocabulary. That's the thing. He doesn't want to do it. That's the thing. Oh, she has Medicare. We can't do that. The hospitalization's only up to 2 weeks, and then we have to discharge her. To get her hospitalized for 3 months to 6 months, we have to. He's like, we have to get court order. And then he says she has Medicare, so we can't, her options are limited because we don't take Medicare. Then why the fuck are you calling me, you sack of shit? I mean, literally, he's basically, he told me I was, you want to know what he said to me? He said to me that I am literally fucking, it sounds like I'm violent. Really? When you're fucking standing around and you're basically minding your own fucking business, and then the jackass says, I have an anger issue? Really? So it's okay for her to take a knife and I have to disarm her so she doesn't go kill a person. So it's wrong. I'm supposed to let her kill the disabled African Scottish person that was our neighbor, or my former heroin addict neighbor who was a former heroin addict. Just let Chloe kill them because, then Chloe will get to help, but there's 2 people dead. So, for example, Chloe threatened to say Grandma me, for example, Grandma Ginger. I defended, I went in and blocked her. I'm not supposed to do that. Chloe's supposed to just walk out with the knife and go, I mean, come on, no, this is wrong. I mean, I stood by and I've done so many things to defend and protect and preserve my country. Not in our military, no, but in other ways. And yet they're telling me I'm supposed to just walk around and let Chloe murder people because, Chloe will get the help she needs then. At what expense? Her family being sued because 1 person, 2 people, 3 people are dead? People need to realize that this is not some, borderlines aren't violent. They just talk the talk. Well, really? And then they manipulate and con you out of everything you own. So, does anyone think I need a quick dip? I do. Ugh, fuck, it's a little nippy in here. I'm gonna fire up the heater for a bit. Make sure the heater's, all areas are cleared now, like Chloe. Almost burning down the fucking apartment. I told the guy this. You know what he said? Well, Chloe's must be severely mentally ill if she doesn't realize it's not okay to block the heater. I said, I've told her this how many times? I said, I can barely open the door. She's got boxes crammed in there. I'm like, can you please? I'm like this. Can you please move, Moppy? Chloe, what time do you want to get up out of bed? Oh, what time is it? Oh, it's 3. Okay. You need to clean your room. Oh, you got fucking $500 in clothes piled up there, $500 over there. You don't use this. I'm like, no offense, man. I can barely move in that fucking room of hers. I mean, literally, she wants to fucking pile it high with everything up to the ceiling with fucking clothes. And then get enough walkway to walk over a box. I'm like, you can have this room fucking done in 8 hours. What the fuck is your problem? The management company would give us an eviction notice just for that room alone. I've gotten almost the entire living room, dining room, kitchen, hallways done. Bathrooms next in my office. She can't even do 1 stinking room. And the guy's like, well, she's mentally ill. She's so depressed. She didn't get any much presents. And you got a computer. You got to think of her. And then I turned around. I told the guy my final thing. I said, really? Secret Service told me until Chloe leaves, I can't get my guns back. I would really love to have my guns about now for self-defense. Well, we could talk about that Monday, but guns aren't everything. I said, I bet you're packing heat, sir. And he says, of course I am. I said, you're a fucking bigot. You call me again, I'm going to fucking, I'm just going to go and do the restraining order. Oh, no, we'll talk on Monday. Right, what a fucking ass clown he is. Yeah, well, it takes a fucking lot of time, but my headaches always go. Ugh, come on. I'm not moving to Arizona, man. Chloe was already kicked out of Arizona. You do know Chloe's birth name is still on her Arizona driver's license because she won't give up her 40-year driver's license. I mean, literally. What is it with people in Arizona? I just hate Arizona. Fucking hot as hell. No, thank you. I'm not going to be kicked out. That's why my advocate's protecting me on the restraining order. Plus, moderator Pee Wee said if something happens, I can go to her. My family in Oregon want to get the fuck out of Oregon because they hate being in a fucking blue state. They want to go to Texas. Tried to ask them to take me in, but they wouldn't do it. They said the best course of action is a restraining order. There you go. You see what I'm saying? What the fuck? Chloe's ex-roommate emailed me that lives in Phoenix. So anyway, she's like, yeah, I'm going to the internet to get shit-faced. Good for you. Literally, that's the best thing in the world. Told her to get shit-faced. It works. Look, you do not want to talk about Proud Boys, not on my channel, all right? There's enough problems with it already. As a matter of fact, Chloe fucking report every motherfucker that is part of the Proud Boys. Literally. And up here, we don't need them in our state right now. That's the real problem. Someone sits there and says they're a Proud Boy. Well, keep it to yourself because I don't want the fucking government knocking on my door. They will too. They don't care. Antifa, knock on the door. Proud Boys, knock on the door. If you support BLM, they'll knock on the door. Me, I just want to be fucking left alone. These fucking son of a bitches, if you're even talking about on YouTube, they want to fucking flag me, censor me. Ooh, what the fuck is that? That reminds me of Hannah. Hannah's pretty cute too, No, exactly. I don't support violence. I refuse to support violence. Violence isn't the answer. I mean, look, I always talk about self-defense only. The best offense is a good defense, but only under self-defense. The thing is I don't support killing, murdering, maiming, raping, bombing, any of that. I only support safe ways of things, not violent ways of disposing of people. I had some whiskey last night. Me and her ex-roommate's funny. We're just talking about it. That's the thing. Chloe likes fucking guzzle rum. She can't get enough rum. This hair thing is fucking shitty, I was asking Chloe about my brush the other day, my other brush. She said, somewhere. I don't know where it is. I was like, all right, we better find it. It's like last night. I said to her, where the fuck is my chips? You told me not to look for them. Well, she's eating a can of Pringles. I said, those are original. Oh, yeah, I found them. I'm like, I bought a case over 40 Pringles. Where are they? I don't know. Well, what about my other flavors of those cheese crackers, fish crackers? Oh, no, I'll find one, but that's all I can do. I'm like, if you clean your room and do a food inventory, we know what we have so we can get through winter. No, it's too much work. I'll just sit here and let my clothes pile up. I mean, literally. You do know we got like 30 boxes of other things like hamburger helper that's going to expire soon because she won't get her head out of her ass by hamburger. And when she does, she takes out too much hamburger. She defrosted 5 pounds the other day, took a pound, and then refreeze 4 pounds. I mean, doesn't anyone know that you don't refreeze meat again? What happens when you defrost again and then you take another pound and you do it? That's why you get Ziploc bags and 1 pound increments. That's what I do, but no, she's too lazy to cut it up. So she cuts it up in 2.5 pound increments, throws it in a Ziploc bag, takes a pound, and then freezes the rest again. And then this guy tells me, oh, well, some people don't understand they're mentally ill. Well, what the fuck am I supposed to do, sir? You think I should just sit there and baby her the rest of her life and give up my life and happiness because of one person? Literally, they don't want to deal with her. I mean, let's break it down, Grandma, since we're having this nice little debate here. They don't want to deal with her. First time she had problems, she fucking packed up and went to fucking another clinic, then another clinic, then another clinic, then fucking had me buy a ticket to Seattle. 200 miles away, took the train there, got to Harborview. Got done, went to hospital for 14 days, got out, threw her meds away. Went back 3 months later, had a breakdown. Same routine and circle. Then fucking went to another mental hospital, Harborview. Then a third time. Then this time, then that time, and then this time, and then ended up at Smoky Point, north of Seattle. And what do we get out of it? Same thing, just a continuing circle. And this guy goes, well, some people are just harder to deal with. And I told the guy on the phone, I said, you know what? I'm better off just fucking drinking pot or smoking pot when I'm in the mood for pot and drinking whiskey and zoning out again. I said, well, maybe you need some invol time because you're an alcoholic. I said, no, what I'm going to do is give you my boot up your ass and then you're going to fucking leave me the fuck alone because alcoholism is not a crime unless you break the law. What a fucking dipshit. No one knows that over the years I've used alcohol to cope, but I'm cutting myself out of alcohol 99% of the time. I don't want any harm to Chloe. I told this guy this, but he thinks a restraining order is basically mental fodder for mental abuse on my part. You do know Grandma Me's got a wrench, so, she has the rights to, how do I say it? She has the rights to use her powers if she needs to. Or Hannah could. Hannah's always in the shadows, by the way. Or, well, hold on. I need to remember his name. Oh, Cyber, are you around, my friend? I know you might be watching. So would you, maybe, Cyber would like to, You got to remember, Cyber is someone that's in the shadows. And, when Hannah calls Cyber, better be careful. Sorry, I'm answering my Chloe's ex-roommate. Whoops. Yep, there we go. Hold on, I'm gonna go for the gold. Fuck this. So I just told Chloe's ex-roommate, who's dealt with 4 years of abuse, by the way. Why do you think she fucking packed Chloe up, sent her to San Diego, huh? Oh, well, let me tell you the story. I know you're really big and interested in this story, so I'll tell you, okay? I've been hurt by Chloe, all right? I've had concussions. I've had worse, all right? Thing is, no one wants to deal with it. I'll tell you what happened, okay, Grandma, once and for all. She comes out here. She goes to Grant Mental Health. They turned around and said, okay, she got her documents, and I got a copy of her documents. They said, bipolar. I said, oh, okay, then whatever that is. And she said, no, I'm autistic. Fuck you. So she went to Confluence Health, where the Confluence killed my husband. She goes in there. The doctor, who was a lady, who was a rude asshole, turned around and told me it doesn't matter if I'm ordained with 5 churches. I have to respect her authority because she's a psychologist. I turned around and said, I respect my boot up your ass if you don't fucking quit it, right? Well, anyway, she turns around and gives the diagnosis borderline and told me I was borderline. I said, borderline my ass, you shit. She's autistic, that's what her mom told me. So Chloe said, fuck you, right? Well, she referred her to Grant. Chloe said, fuck you again after she left Grant. She went over to Columbia Valley Community Health. Her records basically said that she thinks there's little bugs that the government uses as little drones to poison people and all this other crap. And that she wants to move to France because she's worried about the government and under the president, right? And paranoia, right? They transferred her to Grant. She goes and calls up the lady and yells at them, hands me the phone. The lady said, okay, I'll see what I can do about a place out here, out in Wenatchee. Turns out I made a phone call to someone, and I asked for the director at the time of Catholic Charities. I don't know if she's still the director in the one in Wenatchee. So I called up my friend. I said, hey, how goes it? She's like, I said, you remember me. I was the wife to Aaron. And Aaron's little doggies. And she says, oh, Rita. I said, hey, I need a favor. And I told her the story. She says, well, someone like that keeps feeling around. How can we basically accept it? Well, she had like 3 appointments, then went down to Oregon for other things with me. And then she ended up all in between in all these mental hospitals. And at Confluence couldn't do anything because they didn't have the technology how to treat. One guy who's on Facebook at the time says, oh, I'd gladly treat your friend, but we don't know anything about borderline or autism but the mental hospitals and every place you went to put self-diagnosed Asperger's, self-diagnosed transgender, self-diagnosed hermaphroditic. Literally. Basically said too confused, And every hospital record clinic, Chloe's mom would get involved saying Chloe needs group home. Chloe can't manage money. Which we now know Chloe can't manage money. But at the time, what did Chloe do? Chloe fucking had enough credits lined up because of all the mental hospitalizations. She hadn't to do anything. So here's what happened. All right. Chloe did something very bad to me. I won't go into details. Too hard to remember, right? Restraining order was served at the mental hospital. She called me that night, threatening my life. I let the sheriff know and the police know. They didn't do anything. They tracked the phone number, found I came from the mental hospital where she was. That was it. I got on a train to go to Portland. All of a sudden, I tell my family I'm having a breakdown because my life's been threatened and stuff. They put me in a mental hospital in Oregon. Medicare paid because I just got out of the hospital for a 2-week stay for lower surgery. She goes to a homeless shelter. Caseworker gets in touch with me because she wants to know more information. I told her I can't talk to her. Advocates won't let me. Well, a restraining order was issued at the hospital. Chloe went to a homeless shelter. The social worker at the time for the mental hospital that she was at contacted the hospital where I was at, because I mean, they were saying, look, cease and desist, don't contact, we have the sheriff, we have the police ready to go, blah, blah, blah. They said, well, Chloe's out of her thing, but they turned and relayed the information to Chloe of where I was at and what mental hospital in Oregon. She had a breakdown. Chloe kept calling there. Well, I told them there's a restraining order in place, but the hospital down in Oregon didn't care. They're just like, look, must have been a big misunderstanding. No, I was hurt. So what happened? Soon as the hospital kept me 2 weeks, maximum 2 weeks. Time I got out, restraining order was dissolved because they wouldn't let me go and do a phone interview. They wouldn't let me have a phone interview. They wouldn't do anything. They let it dissolve. The mental hospital I was with. I get on a train after Easter. This was 3 years ago almost. Chloe's waiting for me. She says, manager didn't remove me from the lease. I'm going home. Fuck you. More trouble came for 4 more months. Hospitals wouldn't help me. They thought I was insane. Finally, Chloe's just, the manager said, if you want a clean start, you can always do it here. Police tried to arrest me and everything else. They didn't want to care. Chloe was too mentally ill, but Chloe refused. So before Chloe got kicked off of cash assistance, was in October of 2018. This whole thing happened, right? And Chloe started getting violent. Neighbors were reporting to management. Management says, what do you know? I said, here's an old restraining order. She just looked at it and said, oh, we'll keep it for the record. That was it. Had 2 management meetings. Had to keep my place. Chloe wouldn't take a hint to leave. Mom's like, oh, she's on the lease. So I had to deal with everything on my own. And every one of these fuckers don't care. They think Chloe's too mentally ill. She can't spend money. She can't do this. She demands. I said, she doesn't cook. She doesn't clean. She doesn't even offer dishes. They're like, oh, well, she needs all the help she can get. But the state won't certify me either. That's saying I'm vulnerable. So my advocate's only idea is APS, which won't do jack shit. We found that out 3 times because people contacted without me knowing. And the fact that they think Chloe needs a group home. Well, I told the fucking mental health guy today she needs a group home. He's like, oh, well, I mean, he just wanted to pass the buck on to me. But, I told him everything. He just doesn't care. It's like, there's too much problems. Thing is she's going to kill someone eventually, I think. She's going to just blow her stack and kill someone. I mean, look, she admits to hurting and almost nearly killing her cousin or her brother's goats. I mean, I really do not, but so she comes home, and then from there, the management transferred me to this building because they didn't want me being in Republicanville with Chloe's thing with the Secret Service. They transferred us here thinking we'd get a new life. Well, and they thought Chloe would change. Well, Chloe went to the like 3 places here in this area. They said, no, we've tried many times through the state records we see. You're not getting help. Fuck you. So Chloe's been just fucking getting worse and worse. And they claim she needs mental help. You know what I mean, Grandma? She's like, I need to go down. Like the other day, she's basically threatening her life. So I get help. What did they do? Well, she's not doing it now. She's safe. Guy said something about my computer, right? I give it to Chloe. But anyways, Chloe's depressed. She doesn't want to do anything. I turned and told the guy the fucking truth. I said, look, she uses it. Oh, I can't do that. I'm depressed card to get out of everything. I said it took her 4 fucking days for the trash. If I keep doing this, I'm going to file with a notion in the fucking paperwork in the restraining order that says she needs a group home. She can't take care of herself. I mean, literally. I mean, I've sent pictures to everyone I know, and they're like, holy shit, you had to live with this for 9 months. I mean, literally, I've asked her time and time again, clean the bunny cage, put Bunny safe somewhere, and let's bomb this place so I don't get eaten alive by fleas. What's her answer? Oh, it didn't bother me. I'm in my room. I mean, literally, I just basically put that guy in his fucking place, and he's just like, oh, well, I'll call you maybe on Monday. Pogus Mahone? What did Pogus Mahone say? Look, Chloe verbally attacks me, okay? Chloe hasn't violently attacked me. She's threatened a few times. She's held me against my will, Ron. But that doesn't deem that I can go and fucking whack her back. I mean, look, if I fucking even touch her with 1 inch in my hands, I can go to jail. So, what do? I basically bide my time, and I'm trying to get through this. I don't support that either. Literally. Vegas Mahoney. Oh, got some emails that came in. It says here, you got a bento box coming. Thank you, Hannah, for the bento box, my love. Hold on. So I'm trying to line up a Zoom appointment with someone too. So just trying to coordinate that as well, I love Chloe's ex-roommate. She's basically awesome. More useless help. Oh, I love talking to her. Her name's Firecracker, by the way. That's her nickname. The Duchess Firecracker. And I'm telling you, Firecracker is badass, basically. Basically, she's been helping me out and guiding me. So I said, hey, here's the latest. I said, that guy called me. And she says, oh, more useless help? I said, in a matter of speaking, yes. She's like, those fucking bozos, they don't want to deal with Chloe. They know my report they've seen. They've seen everyone else's report. They know what Chloe does around town. Do you think they want to fucking deal with Chloe with a fucking 100-foot stolen pole? Nope. Chloe's on her own. I love Firecracker. She's awesome. She's one of those people, Chloe's always paranoid about Firecracker. A bento is like a little box, right? It's like a little lunch pail. It's a little Japanese bento, right? And in return, what you get out of it, Grandma Ginger, is you get little snacks out of it. Sometimes they put like a little sandwich, and some they put some rice or whatever, It's like a little lunch pail. And it's filled up with little Japanese treats. Yeah. What happened to Pogus Mahoney? I didn't see it. Did he actually make a comment or something? I didn't see anything about Pogus Mahoney. I don't know. Anywho. Ron, you're completely wrong. Restraining order would get her out Monday morning if I filed one. I might do that Tuesday morning. Just file the fucking thing. Hell with it. I'm done playing footsies. He did comment? I don't see the comment. It says Pogus Mahoney was hidden. I can't see any even in my command. What did he say? It doesn't matter. It says here, I hidden Ron by mistake. Till I realized, we don't need violence. All right, I'll check my email, Princess. All right, I'll check email. Anyways, I'm about to do my dip. Talk to you guys, but I shouldn't be talking bad. I'm not trying to be negative towards Chloe. I'm just saying she's severely mentally ill. And what I'm venting about this guy, he just didn't care. I told Chloe, and Chloe, you know what? I told Chloe in her room. She says, "This is her. Oh, it's 3. Okay. What's new, Rita?" And I said, "Well, that guy called finally about resources." "Oh, really? What did you say?" This is what happens when you got someone who doesn't want to fucking deal with anything. You know that? They turn around and they're like, "Oh, I can't do that. I can't put the stuff away. I wash and wash and wash, and what do I get? Son of a bitch won't even fucking clean. Won't even recycle. That's a recycle box right there. Even Pee-wee's thing fell down. Won't even clean this little table. This has got to be washed too today." Anyways, yeah, to stack it all up because I can't juggle everything. I mean, I got pans here, pans there, pots here, and pots there. I told Chloe to put stuff away, but you don't think she would? She couldn't even put her own ass away if it did. She's more interested in her hoodie dresses. Anyways, where was I? So I told the guy, her roommate knows this. Her roommate said she's put holes in the walls, ate all her food, paid her part of the rent, didn't pay the electricity, didn't pay anything else, spent all her money on clothes, thinks she's more prettier and makeup and all this crap. And I mean, literally, you talk to her ex-roommate, same thing that I did. She finally broke away. But here, she just packed her up, sent her to another state. Now it can't be done because we're in a pandemic. I mean, literally, just telling her about the firecracker, about the restraining order, idea. He didn't like that either. He thought there was a way to save Chloe's life. All right. Check email. Meth? He said meth? Oh. Let me see. Oh, how much meth have I done today? I answered him already. I said none. So, yeah, anyways. All my mods, they're all cool. And then anyways, except for Joe Gill, he's not cool. He literally pull all that crap on us and then turns around, and yeah, I just got it, Hannah. Look, a narcissistic, as my father-in-law said, Ron can't love anyone. Look, she's only thinking about herself. Computers, she wants a $2,000 Legion. Nothing else matters. She doesn't want to cook. She doesn't want to clean. She wants to be treated like a princess. She thinks everyone's out to get her. Blah, 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 blah. All I want is to fucking be happy. I mean, literally, half the time I can't take a bath because she takes my bath time or my this time or that time. I just want to fucking relax. Then she throws a big shit fit when my family comes out. Again, narcissistic through and through. There goes the wind. Better check the window. This is why I haven't done a bath, by the way. Power could go out, so I'm waiting till the time slot ends before I try tackling a bath because I don't want power going out when I'm trying to cook dinner either. Wind should die down around 6. Anyways, I appreciate that, Hanny. Hanny's awesome. Chloe hates Hanny, by the way. Blanket came from Hanny. She threw fucking shit fit. Hanny's a cutie pie, and Chloe can kiss my ass. No. There, resources. Yeah, it was a firecracker, and I were just talking about that whole, she recommended the restraining order thing, and so as well, she had to live with Chloe for 4 years. Chloe freaking abused her to no end. I think they said something. I don't quote me, but I think she said something about attempted rape, Chloe, or something with the ex-roommate or something made her snap. I don't remember. All I know is it was something or other. I just can't confirm or deny it. I'm just saying it might have been something like that. She was talking about rape the other day, so I don't know. So, I'm gonna check the weather. More you guys ask. I got this nasty weather program. I say nasty because the damn weather program swears. See what it says today.
Wanna buy some sunshine?
Nah, refresh again. Because that didn't sound right. I couldn't hear it.
This weather is fucking weak sauce.
Let's see it again.
Sure, it could be warmer outside, but you could also be bathing with more fucking sharks. Count your blessings.
Oh, yeah. All right, so there's a warning here. Let's check the wind advisory. Expires at 7 p.m. Yeah. Gusty winds could knock out something between now and 7 p.m. Oh. I gotta reorder some more of this. I'm almost out. Chloe keeps taking them. You know that? That's the other. She takes what she wants. I use my food stamps for these. She takes what she wants. Which reminds me, when are these expired anyways? Should be on the can. You can pay $40 and get 36 cans of this. It doesn't say when it expires. Oh, yeah, it does. Yeah. I'll finish this up real quick. I gotta order up about 2 more jars of this. It'll cost me about $80. That's what I keep on hand. I've also been eating expired mac and cheese up there too. Don't want my money to go to waste, Chloe took all the regular hamburger helper and ate it all. So I only have cheeseburger macaroni, but I had all this hamburger helper I bought with the food stamps. She went and sucked it all up. Ate all my hamburgers too. Then she won't go to Walmart to give me a deal on hamburgers. So she's like, "Fuck you. You can have expired boxed food." So I've been eating expired mac and cheese off and on. Maybe that was what's wrong with my stomach. Oh well. No, you may not say a prayer because my cousin Dinky watches this, and if you say any religious crap, she'll basically be removing it and then yelling at me for it. So no thanks. My cousin Dinky is a moderator and my family. Who made this, by the way? And now the seams are coming undone, which really sucks. So I was just telling Firecracker the story, with that DCR guy today. But he said, what he said? No, Firecracker, because Firecracker had to deal with Chloe's abuse for 4 years, says, wow, he seriously cares more about an abusive person being housed than the well-being of a person being abused. Oh, well, you just missed what Firecracker said, Sass. Firecracker, by the way, if you didn't know, is Chloe's ex-roommate that was abused for 4 years. So basically, I told her the whole thing. She says more useless help, and then this is what she said. Wow, he seriously cares more about an abusive person being housed than than the well-being of a person being abused. She was abused for 4 years with her, Chloe. I knew that was a wrong deal itself, you know. No, the seams are coming undone because my cousin didn't seam them right. It's like this one tearing slowly too, right here. See? Oh no, that's coffee. Right here. No, right here. See? No, literally, seams are coming undone. She's like, oh, that gives me improvements. Just take it off and put it in a box. Well, fine, I'll put it in a box, but I ain't gonna be basically washing it before I put it in the box. Which Chloe's got to go get quarters soon, anyways. What was that? Ugh. Ugly looking man in dress. At least my bowels are working properly a little bit, you know. I love these little emojis. Well, yeah, he said something about meth. Yeah, exactly. Hannah took care of it. Well, it's Walmart underwear. You got to buy let me just tell you, Higgins, best underwear is boxers. Kmart, 400 Oak Street, Cincinnati. 400 Oak Street, Cincinnati. Definitely got to buy boxers. Oh, yeah, I'm going to check on eBay tonight, too. I'll do that now. I'm nothing better to do. Let's see. What do I want to buy? Well, 27 of them. Trying to best price. I want lowest price and shipping first. Lowest. There we go. Okay, right. I can buy you a cheap little pocket TV. Definitely a cheap pocket TV. Definitely a cheap pocket TV. Pocket TV. Definitely pocket TV. Well, I was looking at that one. Again, I used to have that one. Just to have it as a reminder. Get a couple little pocket TVs. I'd be doing quite well, you know. Definitely want pocket TV. But right, you can't use the TV. Definitely want the pocket TV. Definitely want the pocket TV. Spend a couple $100 on a watchman. You prefer to watch the clothes dryer. We're going to be at 3:00 when Judge Higgins is on. The red one always falls first. Where are you going to be at 4:00 when Hannah Bug's on? The blue one falls second. Always falls second. At this hearing, you're going to have to show you want to watch this little TV over prefer a clothes dryer. Do 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 do. Yeah, Walmart underwear. Yeah, my cousin was talking about Walmart the other day. She was talking about pants. So she bought a whole stack of pants. So I'm going to try on. She says, okay, now I know your size. I'll go get some. So I emailed her the other day. I said, how about those pants? She says, not yet. I'll just make you some jammies and you can take some jammies and wear them. So I emailed her today and I said, well, if you're going to take send me more jammies and I'm paying for the jammies, you better make sure the seams hold. I really don't think, Oh, I'm going to have to take a bath later tonight before bed. However, that's good because it's better for me because I get paid at 10. So if Sassy would kindly give me his address again and that little doodad, I'll order it for him. What do you say, Sassy? You want that doodad still for work? It's probably come from her cooter, man. Just leave it alone. You don't even need to look at other people's underwear. That's probably come from her cooter. No, when I pull my underwear off, you know what I get? Blood. Blood. Intersex, I get blood sometimes out of my underwear. Chloe gets angry. Your underwear's got blood in it. Are you trying to say you're more female than me? That's why I always put when she has to take a shit or take a piss, I always have the curtain, the shower curtain up so I don't have to see her. Because I don't want to have her see my cooter, man. I get paid tonight on Direct Express at 10 p.m. Like clockworks. 10 p.m. Pacific time, like clockworks. 1 a.m. Eastern time tonight. Then we don't get paid till February, so we got to make the money last. But we'll go provision till February so we can get through winter that time. The only thing I got a provision for is the electric bill this month. Again, hopefully Chloe pays her portion of it. She won't. She thinks that girl clothes are more important than whatever, I woke her up, asked her a question, she went back to bed. So I told the guy was rude to me today, the DCR guy. Well, can you wake her? Do you want a grizzly bear to be woke up? No. Then don't bother, I can't do that, The problem is it's not gonna let me basically do anything. It won't let me actually I'm getting errors still. So YouTube's still down apparently at times. It's not gonna let me review it. I can see what you said, Mr. Kid. It's Stephanie, right? So I don't know. It's Stephanie, right? I think you said your name's Stephanie. Well, I can't see it, so. And if it's dry, you don't want to touch it anyways. I just throw it in the washing machine, let it go through the washing machine. Or wash it by hand and let it go down the drain. Can't believe tomorrow's the 31st, man. End of the month. I got a defrosted prime rib, I think. Would you guys converse between yourselves for a moment? I got to use the toilet. Oh, man, the wind's blowing hard. At least I got the heater on. What do we got here? We got... Ugh. Can't take a bath yet because of the weather. Maybe I'll take one in the morning. I don't have to do much, you know. Seems my honey bunny is not talking right now. Let me see. Ugh, that's nasty. We don't need to talk about cum on this channel. Alexa, what's the weather going to be like for tomorrow?
Tomorrow in Friday Harbor, you'll see showers and can expect a high of 47 degrees Fahrenheit and a low of 44 degrees.
Great. Some rain tomorrow. That's nice to know. That's fucking shitty. You know, I should see if there's anything at the door. Sometimes deliveries come early. I gotta check that. It's dark. No, I live on an island, so this time of year it's really weird. Usually it's in the 30s or 20s, but right now we're getting a mild winter, you know. Better see if Chloe's ready to wake up again. I haven't had my bath yet, but we have a problem. No, but I gotta wait till 7. Hi. What, taking a shower, Hannah? I wish I could take a bath. I want a bath. Ooh. Yeah, we'll use skulls. Not cool. I would love to have a bath about now. Interesting. Like I said, I'd love to take a bath myself, but I can't. Ugh. There's 5 people watching, 1 commenting, and Hannah's in the shower. So I don't know if I should take a bath myself or wait. Hokey pokey. Funny, Higgins. Always something funny, I tell you. I should lay my clothes out so I can have a bath. Yep. All I gotta do is soak in the tub. Do the hokey pokey. It's kind of boring here right now, you know? Hold on. Be right back. Yes. No comments. I should go. There's no comments. But I can always come back later, too. Forget that spreadsheet today. Shit. I'll have to do that spreadsheet when I get done with my tub. Rest my back, you know. This video's almost gone 6 hours anyways. Tonight's pay night, so I gotta get the order put together. Well, it's not that. It's just there's no comments, Higgins. That's the thing. Hi. How you doing, little poop poop? What do you think, Hannah? Should I go take a bath and then come back? Gotta order me some more of that pellets too. Hi. Oh, come here. Why do you look at me funny, huh? You look at me funny. Every time you look at me funny, you fat little schlub. Everybody do the hokey pokey. Turn yourself around. That's what it's all about. Doot doot. My name is Ebony and Bunny, and I do the hokey pokey. Boop. Hungry? Hmm? Oh, I've always fallen in love with rabbits. It was my first rabbit. My first rabbit. Yeah, my first little rabbit. Except at school, we had a rabbit. But Mom wouldn't let me have a rabbit. She said they were dirty and smelly. My mom's gone. I got a rabbit. I think my mom would have enjoyed you, actually. I've always been a fan of rabbits and turtles. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, everyone, you heard what Hannah said. I'll be back to do that spreadsheet as soon as I'm done with my bath. So please unsubscribe. Please post comments, leave feedback, suggestion, hit the like, subscribe button. Tell the funny for your family, turn to your dogs, your cats, your bunnies, your service dog. Thanks for watching. And Admiral's log out, USS Enterprise NCC 1701B. This transmission ends now.